That's the false coverage.
It's brand new, but it looks pretty good.
We're not getting a feed from camera 2, live feed into the Zoom. For some reason.
What?
There's no picture.
Right. From anything.
I'm going to get out of here.
Yeah, I do not know what's going on with Zoom right now. It's misbehaving.
Zoom misbehaving? No.
Yeah. So the 4 people
your
who are
fault.
logged in via Zoom are
So we're,
minimal.
we're fighting technology. I'm gonna get out of the Zoom for a minute and come back in.
Okay.
I'm concerned about Scriber. Is that?
It's Grace. You can talk to her
Oh,
if you
she's here?
want. She's here.
Oh,
It's
good.
Grace up
Okay.
on the screen.
All right.
You want to talk to her?
She's on the screen?
Yes.
Oh,
But I'm going to leave Zoom for a minute and come back in.
okay.
Because I'm having
All
a bit of
right, just
problem.
wanted to make sure.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, since that's...
Isn't that horrible? I mean, we tested this, it worked perfectly yesterday.
That's why we shouldn't have tested.
And okay, you're doing some power piece.
Yeah, we're reading the PowerPoint. Just because it's
Gotcha.
having neutral challenges.
Just the fact that it goes ahead and looks with the display over here just is so frustrating.
Do our Zoomers.
Okay, so can you send that to the, send this display to the PowerPC?
HDMI to USB.
To,
Bam.
no, to the, thank you. And then we'll start. Zoom, let me just make sure I have 3 monitors.
Got 3 monitors on this one.
Yeah, but I don't know if I have 3 monitors right here. Oh, see, David, I'm not showing the,
You're not showing
I'm not sure showing the, that display up there. I don't think that's working. I don't think we're connected to the big display.
Yes, unless you're putting up a screen share of a document, yes. Well, I mean, for the person who's scribing, if they're scribing so that people can see. But, yeah, I mean, unless they choose to turn off the cameras, yes.
That's how I'll know
They were a So, yeah, their names will be on or their faces are on, depending on what they put.
This is what Pastor Sachs.
I'm sorry?
Pastor Sachs, who was here before, always start like
Oh. Well, I'm not he. The only
Yeah,
reason
you
I'm
didn't see
holding
anything
on is
obvious.
Yeah, I know. I think it's that box.
gets the people back on again.
Can you do me a favor
Was
and
that the
check the
church
connection,
sign once?
the monitor connection, screw it more tightly to the
Worship
power
at
PC?
9:30 or
It's the blue one?
thereabouts.
Or, coming out of the power PC. It's the blue one, it's the blue cable.
So I always put 10:30-ish for when,
I did this.
no, what I meant by 10:30-ish is what I do.
The DVI connection.
Oh, yeah. Larry was, reading
Yeah,
the church.
well, for some reason it wasn't fully screwed in.
And that was 15 minutes before service, and that was to wake everybody up. And then he would read
Okay,
it
now
at
the DVI.
the time of the service, and that meant everybody come. Usually pretty much on time. Time is like.
Now the DVI is fully screwed in.
Julie, did you read last letters from Matthew? Yeah, and how she said, you know what, we had to start school when Raven showed up for school because scheduling it at whatever time we scheduled it for this world, if that's not when people were there.
Yeah. Yeah, they have breakout groups.
So if we can run a sound check for the people on Zoom, Clarice, can you get yourself on Zoom? Oh, turn your mic on. Clarice, can you do me a favor and talk?
Yes, I can. Hello, hello, hello.
Hang on.
Test 1, test 2, test 3.
And I went up into the room. They had special rooms for computer people. And I could not get it to work. I don't know. I was just illiterate enough about those things. And so I called the front desk to ask somebody to come up and help me. And sure enough, they sent somebody. He had a hammer and tool saw belt on him. He was ready to. It wasn't going to work that way. All right. I'm seeing people on Zoom. My eyesight's not so great.
We have no video on Zoom of the church.
That's interesting, it is going now. It's going now. We don't have any video of any of you. I don't know if you were trying to send video to us or not.
I can put my video on.
Thank you. Back confirmation.
There we go.
It's you combing your hair. Your fingers.
I'll wait for this technical issue to. Okay. All right. Okay. Let's begin then. First of all, welcome. I'm really glad that you all have come for this session this morning. I'm very grateful for your time and your obvious interest in Resurrection Lutheran Church, and that's very impressive. Thank you. Second thing, my apologies. I've picked up this whatever it's called that is now being called the cough that has no end. I'm 2.5 weeks into it, and I'm still hacking away, and I really apologize. I know it's very annoying to me, and I'm sure it will be for you too, but that's just the nature of the way things are going for me right now. However, I am glad to be here, and I really appreciate your hospitality that's been extended to me so far. So we're going to be involved in a process this morning. You may be familiar with it because I think we did it the last time I was here. It's called 1, 2, 4 all. And so we're going to be breaking up into small groups of 4 people each. And the rules for this, you'll be given a question to comment on in your small group of 4. The group of 4 is going to be divided up into groups of 2. So those are called dyads. And each dyad will speak to each other what their response to the question is. It's the responsibility of the person who's speaking, A, to remember to always be respectful in your thoughts, and B, understand that what we're talking about are things that we are perceiving about issues around the church. And it's not the purpose then to rally somebody else to your point of view. It is the purpose for you to be able to say clearly what you think, or what you feel, what you know your perception to be about the issue. The responsibility of the person who is listening is to listen very carefully. And then there will be a moment at which you will be asked to feed back to that first person what you heard them say. And then that person has the opportunity to clarify if there are some misunderstandings. So the very important part of this whole thing is the respectful speaking and the intent to listen very carefully to the other person. And see if there's some value, if you can find some value in what it is that they're speaking about that you've just heard. Then, when the 2 dyads have spoken to each other back and forth, the speaking and the listening and the feedback, each dyad will report to the other dyad what was said in your dyad. Then somebody from your group of 4 will report back to the whole group what was spoken about in your session, and when you say that, that will be scribed. Somebody will be at the computer, and I guess it's going to appear somewhere. So we'll all see what everybody's responses are, and then the aggregate of responses will be, excuse me, will be visible to everybody. So that's the process. We should be able to handle quite a few issues here today. I want to stress that this is not a decision-making group this morning. This is a clarification group. This is where you get the bigger picture of where people are at and where you think problems are that can be worked on and solved. And the next question that's very important that we'll get to is, who is it then that makes a decision about something in the church? And following that, what is the level of compliance when that decision is made? So you may disagree with a decision that is made by the group that is authorized to make decisions. To what extent will you live with that? And also knowing that your input has been heard into the process. So that's the value of the 1, 2, 4 all process. So what I'd like to do now is open with some prayer. So if you will join me in prayer. The Lord be with you.
And also with you.
Gracious Lord, we thank you for your presence. And we ask now especially that we will know that your Holy Spirit is among us in what we say, in how we say it, and how it is heard. We give you thanks, O Lord, for your constant presence and guidance and faithfulness to us. Bless the people who are members of Resurrection Lutheran Church. And bless Resurrection Lutheran Church as it sits on these 4 corners in Juneau. Help us to always recall we are your children, we are your servants, and we thank you for the love bestowed upon us, especially on this Holy Epiphany Day of revelation and peace and wonder and wander in the world you have created for us. Bless us, your servants, O Lord. In your holy name and in the name of Jesus, we pray. Amen. Sorry for the coughing. I will be more quiet as time goes on. So, what I'd like to do now is let's stand if you are able, and the people on Zoom, please participate with us. I'm going to ask. We'll just go right around the room, and would ask for you to name something, some event, some world thing that really shaped you as a person in your lifetime at some point. Now, I know those of you who are married or have significant others probably are standing right next to them, and you had darn well better say it was when I met her or him. But I'm going to give you that. So just that's the understanding here. Please come in. So it's just some kind of event that was particularly awesome for you in your life. I'd like to start right here, if you would.
I think of the knowledge of my father's relationship with a family in his congregation because of a daughter in a wheelchair that developed a relationship as they greeted each other coming and going to communion.
Nice, thank you very much. Sir?
Wish I had more time to think.
Well, you can pass, and we'll come back to you if you wish. Sure.
I think making the move to come to Alaska,
Alaska, from where?
Michigan,
Michigan. Where in Michigan?
near Grand Rapids.
Ah, yeah, okay.
It was a big adventure, and here I am. I was supposed to be here 1 year. Here I'm 55 years.
Here,
Yes.
wow. Thank
And I'm ready to move after all the rain we've had, but isn't it beautiful?
you. Sorry, we're inside.
Taking every 5th year off.
Oh, interesting, very interesting.
Summer I was able to spend 2 months up at Fulton Village as a volunteer.
Ah. When was that?
In the college years, so 66,
Early on. Very early on in Holden Village.
well, they had, the church had it for some time before that, it was during a significant expansion.
Yeah. I moved to Tacoma when I was in the 6th grade. And the church that I became a member of, one of its members was my Cub Scout leader, who was on the original board of Holden Village. And he asked our scout troop to go up, and they were among the first to be on the campus there after the miners had left. I had no idea what it was, and so I didn't go, and I just really regret that.
Can I, 1 second?
Yeah.
People on Zoom can't hear. And since we don't have.
Okay, just pass the mic. Okay, thank you.
Give your name and then you can start.
My name is Lois Weatherall, and I think perhaps singing in my college choir in East Berlin before the wall came down.
Wow. Wow.
Censored program.
Thank you.
My name is Dan Weatherall, and I think after marrying Lois, the next best thing was learning how to fly and flying for 5 years in Hawaii and
Wow.
in beautiful islands from island to island.
Wonderful, thank
That
you.
was a very inspiring thing and a very kind of a faith kind of a thing.
Ah.
Be out there by yourself.
Yes. Behind you.
Laura Roram, of course, meeting Larry Roram 60 years ago, and the life we had together, and living in Norway, and having as mentor Pastor Hans Christian Mammen, who from Norway, who a great theologian in Norway, who confirmed Larry in America, and who led and was chosen to lead the resistance against the Nazis in the beginning of World War II. And he also was the keynote speaker when Martin Luther King Jr. Received his Nobel Peace Prize. But he and his family were really good friends, and his emphasis and his whole life was about caring for the least of these. Mm-hmm. And it just shaped our lives. And then being in Brevig Mission, which redefined and defined our life, the rest of our lives.
Wow, thank you.
Kelly McGee, and I would have to agree moving to Alaska was what changed my life the most.
Which was, I'm sorry?
Moving to Alaska.
Oh, moving to Alaska. From where and when?
South Dakota,
Oh,
about 40 years ago.
trading one for the other.
Karen Lawfer. I think probably the one thing that was most significant was when I was going through my dad's files after he passed away. And he kept every check about everything. I mean, it was amazing. Every tractor he bought and everything. And going through his books, just realizing how poor we were with 5 kids and trying to run a farm. And I had no idea because we grew our own food and everything. But just to realize the stress that my mom and dad must have dealt with for being so poor. And, you know, I wished I'd known that before he passed away.
Yeah.
You know, because I would have asked him, how did they do it?
Yeah.
You ask my mom and she goes, well, we just did. And it's just, it was mind-boggling.
Yeah. Thank you.
I'm Connor Blackwell, and one thing I'd say that has shaped me is reading C.S. Lewis and Christian literature.
Ah, very nice. Thank you.
I'm Leora Blackwell, and I think the biggest thing to change me significantly is probably just recently is when I got baptized here.
Thank you.
The most significant thing that's happened to me is a really recent thing, and that is learning to care for my husband.
Wow.
It's been a real challenge, and I've learned to depend on other people to help, and it's really hard, and I know it's going to get harder, and that's still a challenge for me.
Thank you. I have a book on my bookshelf. It refers to Alzheimer's. I don't know if that's what your issue is, but it's called The 36-Hour Day. I kind of think, kind of think you're in that camp. You know, bless your heart. Thank you.
I think moving to Alaska too from Washington, going from, say, a school that had like maybe 500 students to a logging camp where we had a 2-room school with maybe 30
Wow.
kids from kindergarten to high school, going from essentially having everything to no television, no telephone, you know, finding your own entertainment, and but it was a great learning experience.
Thank you.
My name is Dolores Graver, and probably one of the biggest experiences I had was when I decided to move to Alaska from South Dakota. And South Dakota was very flat where I'm from. And I came here and there was mountains and water. And when I landed with the plane, I was wondering what I'd gotten into. And I came in September 1970, and I was only going to be here 2 years, and I'm still here. So I retired from the Bureau of Indian Affairs in 1991 and was out for about 10 years. And now I'm working for the University of Alaska full-time.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So I'm Pastor Karen. I moved over just so we have room over here if people want it. I would have to say that the one that comes to mind is that the death by suicide of my first love, of whom I was also sponsor when he chose to be baptized as an adult, and the subsequent support that I got from from and through the congregation for a long, long time. Surviving it was probably what I would say.
Yeah, thank you. Brad?
So I think for my life-changing event was the untimely death of my first wife. We were both attorneys in Silicon Valley, and she passed away suddenly from a embolism while on a vacation in Belize. And I had pretty much been climbing the corporate ladder, was an executive in a huge corporation, and suddenly now was the single parent of two 13-year-old and a 9-year-old, and took a look at my life and said, gee, what am I doing with my life? And you had to reassess what I was doing with my life and working, 20 hours a day and 7 days a week and stuff. So, and then ended up meeting my wife's best friend, who was also working in the corporate world but wanted to go become a pastor. So that was an interesting change. So we also had David, and then remember we got all the people on Zoom too.
Yes,
David?
don't worry, I've not forgotten.
What I remember, something that had a profound effect on me was realizing just how much help I need when my mom's dementia was getting worse, and one Sunday I was just completely at the end of my rope and came down to the church service and just sat down next to Michael and Nicole, and we just sat for a while.
Thank you. Now, people on Zoom. Can you hear me? Okay. April Dooley.
Hi, I have really bad sound quality, so I don't know what the people are responding to. Is it a life-changing event? Is that what you guys are talking about?
Yes.
Just anyone in particular? Well, I guess the most recent and impactful was the death of my son-in-law, and all of us dealing with that with small children, and the people surrounding us with love from the community, from the church, and the support that they've given. Rather new focus to me about faith and purpose of humanity to support one another.
Thank you very much. Amanda.
I think for me, I mean, gosh, there could be so many, but my time that I got to spend at Cup of Cool Water volunteering the summer I was 16, working with homeless teens, was just, it was so eye-opening, because I am a victim of abuse and living such a comfortable life. I had
Something just happened there. Amanda, are you still there?
in a large city trying to survive and find supports. And so that whole experience, just seeing how one little thing could change everything, was eye-opening and transformative.
Thank you. That's very moving. And Clarice.
Sorry, I stepped away for a moment. My life-changing events would probably be getting married and figuring out how a new life with my husband and how all that works out.
Yes, thank you. Have I missed? Yeah, I'm going to come back to you. I've gotten everybody off the Zoom now? Okay, great. Okay.
I'm Randy Sutak. I think one of a life-defining moment for me was when I raised my hand with the military. Kind of formed where I am or who I am with taking orders, following directions, and accountability. And undoubtedly, there are people here who have seen that manifested still.
Thank you.
I didn't fully understand the question. Flying was cool, but the most significant life-changing event was again in Hawaii when I was in the delivery room and saw the birth of my 2 sons. And my wife was there.
Yeah. All right, you got points, I'll tell you that. Would you care to, ma'am?
Sorry, I came in late, so I didn't know the question. So I didn't know really what to answer, but I think when I had grown up in the church, born and raised at Resurrection Lutheran Church, and a lifetime member, and had participated in all levels of youth activities during that stage, choir and camps and so forth, but really didn't feel the Spirit until I went through cancer and felt that peace that passes all understanding. That was life-changing. I mean, I grew up and I had a faith, and the faith is what sustained me at that time in my life.
Thank you very much. I don't think we missed anybody now. Okay, just a quick comment. What I've heard from you all are stories about your life that for some reason have brought you to Resurrection Lutheran Church. And that's deeply moving to me. How you have you've moved and you've come together in this place, in this ministry, for some very deeply personal reasons, and for some reasons that have to do with how we will be followers of Jesus in Juneau. That's very important. I really appreciate your stories. Thank you very much. All right. Now we're going to, I'm going to count here. Count off, where you are, count off by fives. And this time we'll start over here.
1, 2, 3, 4, 1, or 5. 2. 1, 2,
3, 4,
5.
1,
2,
3, and Brad is 4. And now we're going to move into, whatever your number is, move into that group. You can move your chairs around, and we'll try to occupy this space here. So ones, let's go over here, and then twos there, threes, fours, and fives. And then the Zoom people will get together as a group.
Brad, do you know how to do that? Send people to Zoom rooms or just
Carissa's going to do that.
Bring your chairs, yes, bring your chairs.
I thought we'll use the chairs that were. Let's do it easier.
Oh, you're a 3? All right, are we in our groups? Well, we got, I know Brad Okay. Brad?
I have to, sorry, I have to do this.
Okay, you have to
People
be
trying to
there.
get on Zoom, so
All right,
we're just going to
okay,
have to
all right.
encourage you to do that. I'm sorry.
So everybody has at least two. Okay. Those of you who are in groups of three, that won't be a problem. We'll just punt. Now, what I'd like for you to think, figure out who your partner, your talking partner, is going to be right now. So in the group of three, you'll all listen to each other. Take turns listening to each other and feeding back. All right. First issue I would like for you to talk about is I'd like for you to think in terms of planning what this coming year will look like, 2024. And one way to do that is to think out a year from now, what will you have done well in between now and then. But more so, if you would, this is what I want you to do, really, is suggest 3 programs, 3 church ministry things that you want to see happen over the coming year and be successful. So each person think of 3 things that you want for Resurrection Lutheran Church to be doing. And it can be a broad range of issues. It's what your perceptions are that are important. There's no right or wrong. There is what you think personally is important for the ministry of Resurrection Lutheran Church. 3 things. So now begin with your partner, and remember, you're going to speak to your partner for a short time. Your partner will feed back to you what you just said, and then there'll be a moment for clarification for that. Then you switch roles. Please begin. Are the 3 Zoom people together?
That's three. Take it easy.
And now the difference is I can do service, I can be a part of it, I can see what's happening, I can see what next is, where it is. And that certainly is
Remember the feedback loop.
So, the other part of the third thing is
Being together.
I do believe that
That's all part of the you said that to each other? Are you ready to share with each other? Are you ready to share with the other dyad? Ready to share with the other dyad? Are you ready to share with each other?
yeah, financial does take care of a lot of missions, both the tithing and some of the money.
Are you ready to cross? Rebels. So you're ready to share it with each other. Go the other way, yes. Yes.
When the dyads are ready to share with each other, please begin doing that. You're ready to share this for me. Moving here.
We need to look at on our program.
When you're ready to report to the whole group, please let me know.
Well, I grew up in the Christian faith.
Yeah. I'm just saying,
It's not that I don't.
You're ready, I'm taking it. Yes, I'm sure you can. Are you ready? Please full trade. Please full almost ready. Also ready? Okay. Now we're going to record. Please designate one person in your group who is going to say what was talked about in your group, and this is what needs to get scribed.
Let me make sure they're back. So let me go over.
Yeah, and then I want to check with the people on Zoom too.
And then Chris can start. And if somebody could pass the microphone around when you do this.
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay, thank you. Make sure it's turned on. David, if you could come back up unless you're the person to switch cameras to.
Yeah. Great. An excuse for somebody else. Hey, an excuse for somebody else. There's my notes. There's my notes.
And this microphone needs to be turned on.
Yep, we'll do that. It's back on.
Not quite.
Oh, so which microphone are you holding up?
Oh, Karen has it. Okay.
But you can turn
Karen's
that one
mic-
on too. There's a button on it. You probably should get them both running. That'd be good.
Thank you. All right. Thank you for your time and deliberation. I'm going to start with this group right here. Who's the recorder? Are you ready to scribe?
Please, are you ready to scribe? Can you get a whiteboard up, please?
I'm sorry. I know it. Could you? I don't really appreciate that. We'll double up on it. Is that okay for you? Okay, go ahead.
Clarice, is this any better? Okay, so I think I fixed the audio. Okay, so great. Okay, Clarice is getting a whiteboard up. And I'm
Okay, as soon as that comes up.
Okay, so we have a whiteboard now. Clarice can hear us better.
All right, we're going to double up, so yeah, please, yeah, just in case. So I asked this group to go first. You have the microphone.
Okay. We ended up with 4 items because we had overlapping input from each other. So the first one we talked about is education on stewardship. Yeah, there is promises in the Old Testament. Well, first that the Lord says the tithe is mine, but then he says, I will bless the 90% left over for you all. And there's been so little emphasis of that, either in growing, in giving the tithe, or in the realizing the benefits, the promises, the rewards that we're promised by being good stewards.
Education on stewardship.
Yeah, and an example is it's really got to be divorced from budgeting so that we're talking about spiritual growth in Christ and not building maintenance growth or something else.
Okay.
An example was several years ago when we were short on money. At the annual meeting, there was a 5 or 10 minute discussion on the needs for more money and forms circulating asking for people to pledge a 1% increase in their giving. The next year, we had sold the Burke House, and at the annual meeting, all the financial stuff got wrapped up, and then there was this, oh, by the way, there's a form at the back, please feel free to take a look at that. So there was no follow-up on those. Thank you to those who had made the pledge and had given, and finding out how to encourage them for further giving. For those who hadn't participated yet, to hear about the blessings that people are experiencing and encourage them to grow as well. So there's a serious need for education on stewardship.
Thank you.
The second was an issue of, we get people watching, even on Sunday mornings, but we would be a better congregation if we were all congregated together.
Okay.
In terms of being, our responses in the liturgy, hymn singing, the chance to see each other, how are you doing, what's new in your life, anything going on that needs help, to see more and more of us so we can offer that sort of encouragement to one another. Years ago, when we were larger, and we had 2 services, and the question was, well, do we have worship, then Sunday school, and then worship? Oh, well, that has a problem because the 2 groups don't meet each other, so how do we get 2 back-to-back worships and do Sunday school either before or after or someplace else in between? But that was for the same reason of getting us with us to keep tabs on how we're doing.
By that, do you mean everybody congregating in person?
Yes.
That being the emphasis, but plus Zoom if that's necessary?
Yeah.
Okay.
But the together, we've sit here, I've sat here and recently, and there's hymns that I've never heard before, and when I listen to the service later, there's only one voice being recorded. So there's,
okay.
Our worship isn't, if we had 5 voices, the whole thing would sound better, and I think I would have been blessed better with it by having the rest of the group doing something along that line. The third one is another, call it education, but it's equipping the saints for evangelism.
Evangelism.
We have several introverts in the congregation, and they particularly are asking for train me somehow so that I have the confidence to go out and spread the word. So, and those extroverts, you could use some training too, but so all of us could use training in how to approach evangelism.
Just a quick comment. There's a wonderful book called Quiet, written by an introvert, and she outlines the values, the strong formative values that introverts offer society. It's a very good book.
And the fourth was not to replace, but to supplement our care and help for not only the neighborhood, but particularly with our aging congregation, to look at ways to help and support and visit our own members.
Okay.
So we look inside as well as outside
Okay.
in doing that sort of work.
Okay, thank you very much. This group over here. Well done, by the way.
We were focused, so we have 9.
Fire away.
Okay, quilt, food pantry, shocker, but bell choir, Bible studies,
Slow down here so we can get it written.
confirmation, Sunday school.
Hold on. Bell choir, then,
We're back at Bell Choir.
yeah,
Bible studies.
Bible studies.
Confirmation, Sunday school, tutoring youth program for school subjects, mentoring for youth,
Uh-huh.
and then visiting people, members in long-term care facilities.
Uh-huh. Yeah, you can put another, just a chip mark on there.
And then outreach for those that have not been visited for a while, in need of a follow-up or visit. So how we doing, Lucy?
She's getting it.
I'm trying to figure out how to, I was gonna say follow-up for slackers, but I thought. But it's a good word. Everybody knows what I mean. And was there one more?
Yeah, you've got 8. 9, you've got 9, you've got 9. Yeah.
We're done.
Yeah, all right, thank you very much, that's a very good list. This group here. Hand your microphone over. Okay, oh.
I was reading off of David's notes, and he didn't write notes on his own. The other area we're interested in is way to make our TV evangelisms more effective.
Okay.
That's how to support
TV
those.
evangelism, effective
So,
TV
yeah.
evangelism.
Thank you.
Whatever, we'll have to discuss what that means. Okay, this group here.
Ours, well, the first one I want to try and get correct is Laura's, and it was to, for everyone in the congregation to find the, would you like to explain? For everyone to
have a better understanding, a core, better understanding of the mission of
Mission, a clear mission.
of the mission of and God's calling to us as a congregation, as individual people and as a congregation.
Clarify mission of the congregation.
Yeah.
And then the other were to, for the congregation to meet up and have more programs for children. And the other one is just for.
Children's work programs, does that mean like
both,
tutoring?
like both, for both, to just both, to reach out for everybody.
Okay, to reach out to youth. Gotcha.
And the other one is to have
Get that.
coffee hour.
Okay, reach out. I'm sorry, please repeat that.
Have coffee hour again.
Coffee hour.
Yep, and then also game nights. And,
Game nights.
And then I have food written down, but
Does that accurately reflect what was spoken about in the group here?
Yeah.
Okay, and I want to check with this group too. Did accurately reflect what was said in that group, your group?
this one or this one? Who's,
I prefer if somebody else did it. You're up, Connor.
Uh-oh.
I have notes if you need.
Cursive stuff.
Hold that microphone right up to your.
Let's see.
I can say they were legible ones.
To resolve differences in group thought.
Say that again.
To resolve
Oh,
differences.
resolve differences. Resolve differences. So, conflict management.
And
Yeah. With the mic. Go ahead, Karen. You can just. Sorry. You're a good voicer.
So we have to, Connor got the one, and then to have addressed some of the COVID grief rebound, whatever you want to call it, and to have some intergenerational understanding, both in terms of welcoming young people as they are, and also helping those who are trying to be supportive, have the resources to be supportive of youth as they are.
Okay.
We have honesty and accountability.
Youth follows that.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry, am I going too fast?
As they are. As they are.
So both and, be welcoming and also be supportive of those who are learning how to be welcoming. Loving. Okay, and to live within our means, and to have improved communication. Also, we have, let's see, to value the gifts that the new people bring to ministry and the ways that they are accessing ministry, to have people to have clarification on what ministries are our priorities, and to have people be excited about it. And finding funding for the warming shelter, and to have more interpersonal relationships, interpersonal communication.
Okay. All right, got all that?
Sorry.
All right, okay, where do you want us to start again?
Well, you can have another page.
Maybe live within means was the last one.
Okay. Start over with that one. Oh, it's on the screen. All right.
Yes, but I'm just in case.
Okay.
All right.
Both and.
Okay, all right, good.
And then to value the gifts of the people the new people.
Okay, we've got that.
Okay. And to have clarification on what ministries are our priorities, and to be excited, have people be excited about the ministry at Resurrection. And then funding for the warming shelter, and more interpersonal connection and relationship building.
Okay, all right. And the last group? Did that accurately reflect what was said here?
And remember this group on Zoom.
Yes? Who's got the mic?
I do.
Hold the mic up to your, right up to your mouth.
Oh,
Yeah.
up here. Okay, then I have to do this.
Yes.
Okay, our group talked about, basically, we have a culture within our congregation right now where we are not working cohesively together, and we would like to see more things planned by more people, maybe that involves some social events and so forth, that where we can get to know each other better and understand where we're all coming from. We talked about, we all agreed that the food pantry was one of the major positive things that was going on, although we kind of had some discussion as to how that was going on.
So that's a topic.
Right, okay, so the food pantry, we all love the bells. We think that's a
Bells.
viable program. We like quilting, although the membership is a little small right now, but, you know, that's another really good program. And we would like to see the financial portion of our business become more, well, what shall I say? Fiscally responsible.
Okay.
So that we can afford the programs that we want. We had a little discussion on the food pantry and the radio ministry and the social programs being very effective, and we all agreed that yes, they are, but are there other, have we all made that decision? Is that the most important thing that we need right now? And there were those of us that felt that we need more work within our congregation so that the people who are working with the food pantry and the warming shelter past, they have a wonderful feeling. Those of us who come to church, we want that same wonderful feeling when we leave church. And we want this to become a more spiritual facility for us to come to on a Sunday morning. Did I blow it?
No.
Accurately reflect?
That's it, I think.
All right, good topics for discussion. Thank you very much. Now the people on Zoom. Can one of those three report on what they talked about?
Yeah, not a problem. So we got 4 things. First was the food pantry, of course. Second was outreach.
May I ask a question about the food
Just
pantry?
community outreach, getting people involved in what's happening here. The third thing was Bible study or Sunday school being multi-generational, having that set time for everybody to come together and do some sort of study, and, you know, have it work for the 5-year-old to the 85-year-old, you know, or older. And then the last one was to have programs to involve youth, either musically or just in the community, and have them involved in just being in the building in some way.
Okay, thank you. Does that accurately reflect the 3 people?
We had like 5 actually. We got,
Oh, 5.
people added on just as we came on.
Okay, cool. All right. So that accurately reflects what was said in your group and Zoom meeting? Yes.
Who were the additional persons?
LZ came on and so did Woodsy.
LZ and Woodsy.
Okay. Thank you all for that. Now, what I'd like to ask Clarice, is it possible for her to send that list to a computer here and print it out?
Yeah, we can do that. I think she may need some help because she had trouble getting it going on the groups 1, 2, and 3. If anyone wrote that down, or could those groups quickly summarize them again, you can see she's missing those because the whiteboard wasn't working.
I will send her, I took a picture of that.
Okay.
Oh, great. So if you can do that,
I'll
send it
that
to
to her.
Clarice, and then she can send us the Word document. We can print it out, but that's going to take about 5-10 minutes.
That's fine.
Oh, and can I ask one more thing? Leora, did Leora run downstairs and turn the oven on? Okay, so give us, lunch is going to be about 45 minutes from now.
From now?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Karen, and thank you, Brad, and thank you, Clarice. I'm going to ask another question now, but what I want you to know is that we're going to come back to this list. And we're all going to take a look at that list, and then we're going to rank the things on that list that probably 5 or 6 of them that we all can agree are the most important things for us to work on. Following that, we will ask the question, what resources do we have to accomplish those ranked goals? And resources means money, it means staffing, and it also means participation from among the congregation. Those three things. So we'll get to that. So that'll be coming, yes.
I guess one thing that after you kind of summarized what the group said that I think didn't get maybe portrayed as strongly as I'd like to hear put out there is caregiving being given to the caregivers. Microphone?
Caregiving to the caregivers.
So in other words, the congregation being the caregivers that are giving a lot of resources and to the community and stuff, but are we caring for those within the group? And one of the things that came up is you were being more specific about things from the past. One of those activities was a very strong prayer group. And in the middle of the night, you might get a call and you lifted up those individuals in prayer. Sincerely, not because it was some gossip line or something, it was because prayer was needed now.
What you're referring to really...
So I feel like some of those things have really gone by the wayside, and we're not caring for the caregivers. We're being asked to care for the community, but not asking to care for one another in whatever way we can fill voids.
What I'm hearing is that there needs to be some attention paid to the infrastructure of Resurrection Lutheran Church, more than has been recently. Okay, thank you. First, thank you very much for your scribing. I happen to notice that you're left-handed, and I have 2 children, and their only flaw is that they're right-handed. So, thank you very much for your work. I really appreciate that. Is there a current financial statement available?
Yes. I did not make copies of it, though.
It would be helpful to make, is it huge?
6 pages.
Be a good idea to have that. I'm sorry?
A couple of us are using the restroom.
Oh, go ahead. Yeah, feel free. There is coffee out there. Philip, don't get stuck in fact, let's all just kind of stand up and been doing a lot of sitting.
So this is...
Yes, please. And another issue that we're going to get into is I wrote a report based on what I heard from my last interview sessions here. And my understanding is that that report has been given to the council and is ready for you all to see. And there will be some some commentary on it available for you and for you to ask questions. That's coming up.
Yeah, Lauren, your report was on the table for people to pick up on the way in.
Yes,
Yeah,
that is it.
we have them on.
Okay, all right. Yeah, please feel free to read through that. No, the report's really going to be what's being scribed. Yeah. Yes, you'll all have a copy of that. Karen? Yeah, you Karen. So I do want to, in the process of letting my report out, and you do have an opportunity to respond to it. Do you care to do that today, or would it be better done like after worship tomorrow? What's your preference and your knowledge of this group?
So I'm certainly willing and ready to do it today. I'm trying to think about the dynamics of where our focus is and what other things we're spending time on. I'm wondering if, because some of it is addressing, this is not how I would put it to the group, I'm just going to put to you a bunch of demands that people are making.
Right.
I don't know if.
Just can't read what's on the phone. She's tired.
Yeah.
More than she wants to do.
Right. And so I don't know if that would sort of disrupt people in their contribution for me to say, I hear this.
Yeah.
Which is really cool.
Yeah, and my, sure.
Well, it's not my writing, it's Lucy's writing.
Yeah.
So what would you like me to do? I can
So,
type it up fast.
my of this is that it's your call, first. Secondly, you're not rebutting anything, you're speaking what your perceptions are.
Sure.
And that puts everybody on an equal footing with it.
Yeah.
So, with that in mind, it's your call.
I would just as soon do it today.
Okay. All right.
Because then tomorrow worship, to me, worship being worship.
Yeah. Okay.
That's one of the reasons I don't like to meet after worship. I like to
Just
worship
have
to
that
be.
be. That's fine. That's good. That's good.
Also, I don't know if you saw Randy's email about wanting to meet.
Yes. Yes. No, what I responded was it's up to you two. Thank you for your response. That was well put. Yeah. Yep. The well stuff, there's room for clarification to happen.
He should be here now, so.
Did they reference themselves as pastors lovers?
No. I graduated in 6 and we must have been. What's your name? Where did you live? Oh, I know one of those guys. Yeah, right. Yeah. Did you know David Sloan? Okay, he was in that mix at Evergreen.
Okay, to RLC office.
Yes.
To RLC office.
I lived in Foss, which is now torn down.
All right, just send it to me and I'll forward it on.
Oh, yeah. How many of you?
Okay.
Oh, that's why I didn't know.
That's all right.
Greenwood Sports. That's probably why I know it.
Well, I think I have. Oh, good. I think I've got.
I played basketball professionally. And my story's like yours. This is a one-page. Never got it.
That's what we were talking about.
I don't recall that. Yes, yes. Jack Hittner wrote that letter, and Jack and I were really good friends.
That was the year that UCLA, their first loss after a year and a half.
What do you do when this happens?
Lou Alcindor.
Losing it. Help.
We played Seattle Pacific, Seattle Pacific played Seattle
You beat them.
Seattle U played University of Washington, University of Washington beat UCLA. So Sports Illustrated story is PLU #1.
Yeah. You had to read between the lines on that one to get there, but. Yeah.
We as the manager, we played in we were playing hockey now in Seattle.
Oh, Kraken?
Yeah, the building.
Uh-huh.
So pre-game warm-up, I go from my hands all the way up the stairs, and then all the way up on the arches over the roof. So I'm looking down, straight down on the center court, and everybody down looks like I'm that big. This is a lot like this.
There were games with notably Central and UPS at PLU in the old gym, where students were sitting literally on the rafters above the court. Whew, talk about lawsuits. Yeah. Yeah. But those are just, they were so noisy, man. I was the ball boy for Roger Iverson and Chuck Curtis, those guys. I was in the 8th grade. Ball boy and towel boy, so I got to cut up oranges in halftime and hand out salt tablets. It was high technology. Yeah.
The football locker room had the salt tablets.
Yeah.
Which I think today they say is a mistake.
Oh yeah, that was awful, awful thing to do.
See the expression on people's face when they heard
All right, if we can reconnoiter here.
So everyone should have one stapled document and one single page document. Extras.
I'll take one. Thank you.
Yes. You need to have, oh. But there's also one that's not stapled. You need, yeah, everybody needs a single page
people on Zoom. I'll hold it for you.
Huh?
I'll hold it for you.
No, you don't need to hold
Okay.
it for me. I have it,
Put it on my back.
but I need the microphone.
Okay, there's one up here too. All right, I see a goodly number of folks that have returned.
All right.
I want to just preface the reason I'm asking for this document is for us just to take a quick look at what finances of Resurrection Lutheran Church are. I'm realizing that there are a lot of questions. I'm realizing that there may be some. I can tell you, when I look at reports like this, my eyes just glaze over. I just don't have the acumen for figuring this stuff out. Consequently, I am completely reliant upon somebody else's perception of what's there. And that's what I want to make clear. You can look at numbers, and the numbers, you can say numbers don't lie. And that's true. However, you can make numbers look like however you want them to look. You can interpret them to however you want them to look. So we're going to spend just a few minutes here going over this document. And Karen, I guess you're going to explain things or answer questions.
Yes.
And please keep in mind that when we speak, we are speaking respectfully. And we're speaking from a standpoint of this is my perception, this is how I feel about it, not you've got to see it my way, you better come over to my side, kind of thing. And then we're going to talk about this a little bit more this afternoon. Yes, Randy?
So Pastor, when you started off by saying that numbers don't lie, but they can be presented in a way, are you suggesting that the numbers that we have been presented in any way other than factual?
No, I have not seen this report. My experience with church budgets over the years is, you've got little categories of things that are sacrosanct in the minds of some and not in the minds of others. And that's the kind of stuff that needs to be clarified. So I'm not saying there's something inaccurate here. I don't know. I'm assuming not. It's how they get interpreted. That people have perceptions about how things are interpreted, and they kind of run from there. So what we're trying to do is get at a church-wide view of your questions and concerns and puzzlements about the document that's here. Okay? Thank you. Karen?
So the first thing I wanted to talk about was what was actually brought in. There's three things. What was actually brought in over the last 4 years as far as general operating funds, and then other programs, and what has happened with those programs and the benefit to the church. And then thirdly, dedicated funds. So the first thing is, in and you can just jot these down if you want. Weekly offerings in 2019 were $187,761. In 2020, it was $200,359. In 2021, it was $197,174. And then in 2022, it was $162,824. So the giving actually increased during COVID. And then after COVID, it started to go down. And so you have on the first, where it says general fund, you see where as of November, the actual year-to-date is $124,260. So the tithing has been less. Now, certain things happen with regards to the budget and the cold weather shelter. And that was that 20% of the pastor's salary was paid for by the cold weather shelter. So when you look at the pastor's compensation in the general fund, you can see whereby what the cold weather shelter paid with regard to her salary and benefits. And then secondly,
where is that, Karen?
it is the cold weather shelter. No, you can see where in her compensation in the general fund, she's going to have quite a bit left over. I mean, we had budgeted at 100%, but the reality is 20% of that. So it will be actually under budget. Mike?
20% for 3.5 months.
Correct. Just for the 3.5 months. Correct. And the year before that, it was 6.5 months. So we have to think about that. So we budgeted her salary, benefits, and everything at 100%, but as you can see, when you look at it, there will be a balance in the general fund from what the cold weather shelter paid for. And then, of course, then there's all the other programs. Now, the one thing that, like, you know, we didn't pay for a secretary. Haven't paid for, I guess, pastor. I mean, there's just a lot of things you can see that we haven't dealt with. When we look at what the different grants brought in, grants and programs and contracts brought in, what we do see is that there's a benefit to the church as far as infrastructure. And so going through that, the first thing that we can tell is the new flooring that's down in the basement or the first floor, depending on what you want to call it. That flooring was not paid for by general operating funds. We have quite a few additions to the kitchen to make it more usable, and that was through the contract with the cold weather shelter. We were able to subsidize some of the charges to the church. Some of them were increased, but other things that weren't was like paying for a part of the phone. Well, we had to use the phone down in the cold weather shelter, so that was justifiable. But, you know, it could pick that up as far as a subsidy for that. And it's very specific to notice that the cold weather shelter was a contract to provide the services. It wasn't a grant. Now, we currently have 2 grants that are open. One is the Youth Activity Board grant that is open, and we are having a TV production camp during spring break in October to bring in youth into the church so they can learn TV production. And as a matter of fact, we have some of these members who have been involved with the past TV production camps that are now thinking of joining the church. But it brings youth in. Somehow. It brings youth into the church. So that's why we were able to receive those programs. That is a grant. That's not a contract. The other one is a Rasmussen and Alaska Food Bank program, which will allow us to update the kitchen even further to provide for the food pantry and food service. And that is in the process and is continuing on as we look to do that. I'm just going to give a little editorial off to the side about how, you know, the kitchen downstairs was lovely, but it's not functional as a kitchen, and especially with all the necessary things that we need to be a commercial kitchen, with the stainless steel and all of the dishes and pots and pans that people had donated or left, you know, that filled filled it. But this way we could be a true commercial kitchen. And that is through the grants for that, so we can remodel to bring it up to standards. Mike. Yes, we had one in the fall, and this is the second one for that fiscal year for the grant. It was 2 camps.
Right. You said, I thought you said the date was some date versus not in FY24.
It is.
What is the date?
It's during spring break, so that is, yeah, towards the end of March.
In the middle of March?
Yeah. So it's during school spring break. And yes, it will not be this fiscal year that you're looking at now, but we did have one we had one this fall, yes. Correct. And we will have another one that's still a part of that grant, yes, in calendar year 24, during spring break. Yes. So now the other pages that you have is what we have as far as dedicated accounts. And some of these dedicated accounts, and I'm not, like I said, this is informational only. We are not making decisions, but some of these dedicated accounts and the amounts of money have been sitting there and not being used at all in like the 9 years that I've been on council. The two dedicated accounts that are extremely busy is the radio ministry and the food pantry. Those are the only two dedicated accounts that have regular expenditures. Now, with Laurin coming up and us paying for his hotel, the discernment will have a little bit taken out of the discernment account.
For which I'm grateful.
And food. So as you can see, there's quite a bit of money that is sitting in those programs. Now, when the Berg House sold, what we had done in the past, and we were able and have been able to not do it in the future, currently and in the future, was that as bills came forward, we would, for lack of a better term, rob from Peter to pay Paul. And so oftentimes, these dedicated accounts had dollar amounts in them that really weren't in them. All right.
All the money that was borrowed was from the reserve account. That's the only account that money was recorded under, not any of the other accounts.
In the reserve account, but it was taking from dedicated accounts to pay for current bills. And then as tithing and giving came back, it would go in and out and in and out. That was not the case when we sold the Berg House. What we did was we literally put all that money back into the reserve account that we had borrowed from other accounts, dedicated accounts, to make that whole. And the Berg House the Berg House money is being utilized for putting money into discernment, putting money back into these dedicated accounts that, like I said, some of them haven't been used in 9-10 years, but the money's still sitting there. And then it's paying for some of the operating. When we passed the Berg house sale, we had stated that we knew that giving was decreasing and that it would be used for operating expenses as we go through this discernment process. That was specifically what it was set up to be. So currently we are utilizing some of the funds of the Berg House to pay operating expenses. The other side to that coin is that through grants and contracts, we have been able to do things and improve the building through the grants and contracts. Yes.
I didn't interpret the courthouse was sold. That's why we sold it to operational. I interpreted that the congregation did not afford the upkeep of the courthouse, which the Wilsons had put a lot of money into. We didn't have a program for the courthouse to utilize it. And I specifically remember the argument that everything that the church was doing could be handled in this zone, not the workhouse. But I don't think that the driving force behind selling the workhouse was put in operation.
I was going to say, I can pull out the resolution and the minutes from that meeting. Yes, I have them, so I can pull that out so that it defines what the Berg House was to be for. What prompted us to consider selling the Berg House was, one, what was going to need to be put into the house just to keep it from falling down around us. And that was coming in at a tune of about $50,000, just to keep all the stuff that, I mean, the basement was really deteriorating quite fast. And there was all sorts of structural things. And I truly thank, Jim and Dot for putting the windows and the siding on that they did. That was a yeoman's job and truly, truly wonderful. But we were falling apart inside. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. I don't remember who put it together. I mean, the council put it together and presented it, at the annual meeting, so I can't tell you who actually worked on the resolution other than the council bringing it forward.
May I make a comment here?
Yes.
Go ahead, Karen.
I've been asked to remind other speakers who don't have a mic to please let's pass the mic to that person.
I'm sorry.
Other people can hear you and also you can be heard online.
Here it is.
And also if you tell me what meeting, I can look up.
I grabbed I have them in my, I have it. It's in my bag.
What you have said is a very deeply held perception on your part. And I'm wondering how many others in this room have that same perception, regardless of what the actual resolution might say. One other person. Oh, more. That there, if I remember correctly, there was no specific documentation put into what we're going to use the Berg money for. Is that correct?
Okay.
Okay. So that's...
Randy, I'm going to hand the microphone to you, and I'm going to get those documents.
Not sure why you're asking me to take the microphone. I'm just saying that it was my recollection, or I'm agreeing with Ken, that my recollection for the reason for the sale of the Berg House was, as he said, not that we would have money to be able to supplement the congregation for years to come.
Yeah. So this is a perception that may be fairly widespread, but 2 people here or 3 have said that's what they believe about it.
Can we have a show of hands?
Yeah. Yeah.
My perception was that we had
Ken?
gotten to the point that the Berg House was going to require quite a bit of funds to bring it up to snuff. We didn't have a program. Threshold music was in there, I believe, but we didn't have a church program in there. And the Wilsons had put in a fair amount of money trying to help stabilize it. And that, obviously, I voted against selling the Berg House, but I didn't ever hear the argument was we have to sell the Berg House because we aren't bringing enough money in our giving. And that's the perception that I heard for that.
And there are a number of folks here that agree with that. Yeah, okay, quite a few. All right, so that, pardon me.
I believe I'm the one who drafted the resolution, and I testified during the meeting that after the reserve account was taken care of, after we accounted for the audits, and that would leave us a balance in the account that might last us 6 to 7 years until our routine revenues grew to support the congregation. So you may not have heard it, but I testified that at the meeting. The big difference now is that we're using that money up much faster than anticipated when we passed that first resolution.
Okay. So we're not going to solve this, oops, almost tripped that. I'm not going to solve this problem here. What I wanted for you all to see is that there's a pretty powerful perception going on in the group about the way things should have been. And that there are other people who have put their ideas forward based on whatever information they have. For instance, we'll find out what was actually in the resolution in a moment. And that's creating some push. And it would be really helpful to be able to resolve that.
I think that the greater problem, even than the Berg House, is a general lack of communication, and that's one of the items that's on the 5 items that how can the council interact more productively with the congregation. And I think that that's it really kind of, in my mind, some of the divisions started at around that time. We were in Tucson at the time, and it was on Zoom, and we lost Zoom, so we couldn't vote. And that started to generate, at least in our mind, without communication, without a general understanding, well before the Berg House came up for sale. I think that was part of the problem.
Thank you. Are you done with the mic? Okay. Anybody else wish to make a comment on this? We're going to get some positive information about, excuse me, I'm sorry about this cough. Some positive information about what was actually voted on and what were the numbers, apparently, in some groups. So when we get that.
When Karen gets, oh, here she is. After, you do that so fast. When we're done with this issue, I would just like to look at that budget, and all I want is not 4 papers of stuff I don't understand. I want to know what's in the checking account right now. I want to know what's in the savings account right now, what's in the Berg House right now. Where are we? I mean, this.
Yeah, that's, yes.
Yeah. So you have, it's a 2-sided piece of paper. The first side is the resolution that was passed by the congregation at the 2021 meeting. And as I said, I don't know who exactly put it together, but it was brought forward by the council. And then on the flip side is the minutes from that meeting that passed the resolution. In item number E.
Is lunch about ready to go?
Do you want to take copies and send them to Clarice? Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. I'll grab you a copy if you promise to give me that back. I just put it on 2-sided.
One of the things that I'm hearing here is that the importance of communication, being very transparent, making it as clear as possible. And that's something that would be vitally important to the health of the congregation. She went to get something.
guess I'm trying to figure out where it says that we're going to use that money every year to pay operating expenses.
The number 5 priority is future appropriation by the congregation. And the congregation has voted in adopting budgets each of the following years to use some of the funds from the Berg property.
So when we sold it, it wasn't necessarily an operating budget. It was to be appropriated by the congregation.
Correct. Other than the items 1 through 4.
So it was appropriated for operations.
Well, the congregation has appropriated it for, right, so, yeah. If you don't want to, when you get this year's 24 budget up for consideration on February 4, to amend it out.
Okay, so Lois wanted to know, this is as of November 30th. We had in checking $683.11, and in savings $274,871 in savings, and $712 in a mutual shares fund.
The 274,000, does that include money that came from the Berg sale?
Yes.
Okay, so that is your Berg money.
Not all of it, because that's why I gave the dedicated, because those are monies as well.
Yeah, all right. So what's important here is that what I've just heard Mike say and Ken say is that this is a congregational decision which apparently can be made annually about expenditure of that money. Is that, do I interpret that correctly?
Well, I'm just looking at that resolution.
Yeah.
It doesn't say that you can use it every year for operating budget. It says it can be appropriated out of there.
Correct. And then if you look at the minutes for that meeting, it stated that by passing the resolution, these funds will be reimbursed. Those were the dedicated and reserve accounts. And the church will have cash to pay expenses until we grow revenue. It is projected that funds will be available to bolster the budget for 4 to 7 years and to carry out the discernment process. That's the minutes. If you say bolster the budget,
Almost 30 years ago now, we adopted a unified budget where everything in what we call the operating budget and everything we know about the dedicated accounts for a year were put in the same document and voted on by the congregation at the annual meeting. And the budget amendment itself, the budget adoption itself, has a provision for the council to approve expenditures from all of the accounts for the purposes of which they were established. So the budget itself has an appropriation from the Berg House to the general operating funds, and as well as the council's authority to use money for its purposes. The purpose for the Berg account does not include additional authority beyond what is being adopted in the annual budget.
Is the Berg account a foundation of some sort, or is there a legal entity?
No, it's listed on, it is listed on page 2 of the dedicated accounts. Major Fund 10, Minor Fund 100, so 1710-0101, Brook Sales Account Fund. And the balance as of end of November is $127,796.80. And several actions will occur during December. If money has been borrowed from it or used from it that wasn't used, such as major contributions in December, meeting the budget amounts for general offering, the surplus, or actually it amounts to anything left over in the checking account on December 31st will be put back into the Brook account where it came from during the year. In addition, there's some things which well, I think that's a major one. So the number isn't the final number, but that shows the flow of how it got to where they are.
True, and then the other part to that is when you look at the treasurer's report by account, you can see that there are some items that are budgeted but have not been spent. And those will be adjusted when you look at it, because if you don't spend it. So when you look at this November report, some of those budgeted items that have not been utilized, like the external CPA, that's $15,000. That money is basically, that budget item is freed up. So when you look at minus $99,000 for remaining budget, some of those things are going to come back into that.
Comment. One of the things I'm hearing here is that you've got Berg account money. There's a little bit of confusion about how it's supposed to be spent. But look at that in terms of what is the future of Resurrection Lutheran Church. How can what's there leverage, if you wish to, how can what's there leverage your ministry so that you can look at ministry beyond a year from now or even 5 years from now? I think that's the critical question that we need to address at one point. Listen.
So my concern is that the Berg House was thought of as a fixed asset for many, many, many years, and that fixed asset was sold off in order to accommodate other requirements of the church. My concern is, and the question is there any plan in the future, since we are here talking about our future, is there any plan to sell the parking lot next to the Berg House? But when the money from the Berg House runs out, is there any plan, has it been discussed at all to sell the parking lot?
And I'm only speaking of the years that I've been on council. So that was 9 years and then 1 year off, and then now I'm back on council. And no, we've had offers, very many offers. I think with the interest rates going up, though, we haven't had that many offers. But when real estate was as hot as it was with the Berg House, there were offers, yes. There were offers, but I mean, it was just, no. There were no formal motions to explore selling the or the parking lot. There were no formal motions.
When we had two offers on front of the council, we discussed what we were going to do about it, and we said no. I think that answers the question of, was it discussed? And there was a discussion, the answer was no at that time.
And there were no formal motions made.
So maybe I wasn't there, but I don't actually remember the offers being brought to the council. I mean, I heard people say stuff in the way that people say stuff as they're coming in and out. But if there was discussion at council, there was. I don't remember that.
Randy?
So that brings a question in my mind. You keep talking about communication, and there have been several instances where communication has been an issue. The elephant in the room is that there are things that are brought to leadership that aren't brought to council and aren't brought to the congregation. And that's a problem.
Could you name one or two?
One is when the pastor refuses to have a conversation with one of its members, period.
All right.
Even written where everything can be seen, noted, there can be no ambiguities, but all of that is still refused. So that would be one instance.
Communication, on the
Yeah.
communication side. Okay, thank you. Oh. Here. I had a microphone, I don't know where it went.
No, I can't remember what year it was, but it was when I was on council. I may have been president or vice president, but there was one offer that was brought to the council to buy the parking lot. A lady wanted to buy the lot and build a house. And we went through it and we turned it down. We just weren't interested in selling. We needed the parking. We needed it. So we didn't sell it, but it was brought to the council. It was discussed, and we turned it down.
What year was that at?
I can't remember. It was like the first or second year I was on council, and I was on council for like six. Well, I turned out and then I came back on. So I was like 6 or 8 years before I had my stroke and I had to step down.
Would that be in the minutes?
But, oh yeah, it had to be in the minutes.
Okay, so we'd
Oh
have to
yeah,
look
because
that
it was
up.
in a full council meeting. I can't remember who brought it to our attention, but this person had actually brought it to the council because she wanted to buy the lot. She wanted to buy a house on that corner, and we turned it down.
Thank you.
Had to be.
So well before the sale of the Berg House even. Yeah.
We are ready for lunch.
We are ready for lunch. So, Chris.
Just in case I don't hear another discussion about the the parking lot being considered for sale, just know that that's not going to be just a congregational or church decision, that this is in a zoning, and because of the church use, it is now parking, and there are parking requirements that the church has to abide by. We've given up other agreements that we had in the past with the bank and across with the labor union for lots that are no longer accessible to us, so it's not just go sell the lot.
All right, this has been a
Thanks,
very
Chris.
fruitful discussion. I have learned a lot from what you have said, and I really appreciate that. Thank you for your openness. Go one final comment, and then we'll do a prayer.
I was just going to ask the people on Zoom
Oh, yeah.
for a timeline. When do we think we will reconvene?
Oh, what's your pleasure? Half an hour?
In 1/2 hour, those of you on Zoom. Excuse me? No, we will not be able to deliver our meals to you,
But we wish you a good lunch.
but you can plan on a half an hour, so come back at 1 o'clock. I do believe you can stay on Zoom. You can just stay on, but you can step away from the camera. Thank you.
Please rise for the prayer for our meal. Jesus calls us o'er the tumult. The Lord be with you.
And also with you.
Come, Lord Jesus, be our guest, and let these gifts to us be blessed. Blessed be God, who is our bread, and may the world be clothed and fed. And may there be a goodly share on every table, everywhere. Amen.
For some reason, Clarice can't read. She can't write. Don't take care of her. She honestly hasn't worked for a doctor. It's the lefty thing. Is it the lefty thing? I don't know. She obviously hasn't worked for the doctor. Clarice can't read, right? I'm just saying hello. And I was.
Yes.
So I got all the.
How do we do this? Looks like there's a lot of food over there. Yeah, please get in line. What does your shirt say? Oh, really? Literally? Really? Really? Oh, cool. Wow. What turns you on to that?
Okay, well, yeah, it smells delicious. It smells like pizza today. I think I put it on. So you're close. Cheese and sauce. Pizza, you're close. Yeah.
I hope I left it in the door because I don't have it.
You do. I'm thinking about it. Yeah. Yeah. Slightly over.
All right. Where's Brad? Oh, sir. Mr. Perkins, Mr. Perkins, can I add to Clarice's list up in your computer? Or, well, she didn't email it, so. Okay. Okay.
Were you in the military, Randy? Did that? So that was a career for you? No, just serve. Well, thank you for that. Yeah. Which service? Army? Stationed where? Oh, wow. missed the silverware. I might have asked you before, but was your husband related to Ned and Laura?
Yeah, I mean, yes, we were related. All the Warrens are related. From the same island. We knew Ned's father and worked with him on tree. Ned's father was never from New York. So we had lots of conversations. Yeah, Ned was, yes. He was white.
I didn't know that. One of my college dorm mates married a woman in the Laurin family from Tacoma.
Oh, okay.
And her father owned a very successful and lucrative lawnmower sales company.
In many ways, we aren't really, I don't know, the Aurora, everybody, well, I don't know how to explain it, but it used to be like the farms and everything, they had a surname,
Yeah.
you know, so.
Hey, thanks, I'm sorry you're not feeling well today, and thanks for doing all this, doing all that. They're all in having lunch. Oh, shoot. Sorry about that, it wasn't your choice. So, yeah, thanks for, I know this thing's been kind of a mess, and yeah, we tested things yesterday, but the projector jumped to channel 5 today for some reason, or 3 or something. God knows why it did that, right? And then the connection back to the computer suddenly went wonky. And so many things today just suddenly decided not to work. So, yeah, I know. And, so and then, of course, it was, getting a catered lunch was, of course, a huge deal, and feeding all of this and all that, so.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's okay.
You made me cry though, so.
Oh, did we? Like, how did I make you cry?
Your story.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're good.
Yeah, I was trying to come up with something to say, because I was. You did fine. No, you did fine. You did fine. Yeah, you usually.
Your story, I'm like, that was like, how
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry about that. No, and I was so busy up here trying to keep things. Then was like, oh shoot, I was going to have to say something. So I was like, yeah, okay. Okay, well, they're all eating. I guess I didn't hear how long is lunch break, a half hour? Okay, so thanks for doing the scribe work. I'm sorry you got stuck going too. Well, yeah, but we didn't hear from her. I mean, they texted, Karen Walford texted her, but she never came back. So, it is what it is. Tamara says she is coming out for the camp, but she really did completely get kicked out of the apartment, and Dave is moving into bought his wife's old house, and he's moving out. Well, Dave bought his wife's house, and so yeah, and Tamara was like thinking, he's a mess, and so Tamara was like thinking somehow she could find a way to continue renting. Of course, that was a pipe dream. So she moved back to her parents' house and moved everything out, and her parents are not convinced that he is a wreck. So she said she is coming out for this. She just doesn't know exactly when she can fly yet, because of the medical tests and stuff like that. So she's got to move to Hawaii now because she really there's nowhere to stay in Buffalo. So we'll see what happens. So I think this is supposed to try to end at 3 today, so only 2 more hours. Well, we still may need you. So and we still may find a way to get you. We'll see what happens. So we'll still see how it happens at this meeting. Well, you say that, but nothing happened last time. There was no me and her last time. So we know, she's a complete wreck. So well, okay, you can talk to Karen about whether that's still an issue. If Karen thinks that's an issue, okay? Okay. So I mean, she is completely beyond, barely beyond. She's completely beyond our control to be with. So I mean, she's a challenge. But we're going to need lots of people for this camp.
I get that too.
So, okay, well, thanks for helping. I'm going to go make sure the food's going okay. Bye.
It is. She wrote me that she did not have communication with me until her last with a trained third party. Period. I said, can we have a dialogue and get a text or an email? Everything is there and there can be no disagreement on what is actually said. And the answer is, I will not have a conversation with you without . Besides, it could actually be cold. Okay. April and Clarice are still hanging in there. Son, I don't care. Oh, they said the 3 was fine for me, but I had heard that. Okay. I'll check with her. She said that also that we have the value of which I'm fine here, or here, as opposed to or just I think she was probably just looking for a neutral site, but this would be fine with me too. Are you sure? Yeah, okay, for some reason somebody turned off the heat on that register. I'm gonna make sure the registers are putting out the heat they're supposed to.
Seems quite good.
I'll check with her. I'll make sure the registers are putting out heat they're supposed to at least. And somebody turned off the heat on, so you're putting the heat out again. There we go. That's the heat coming out of this one.
I'm glad you know how to turn the heat on.
receiving hot water, but somebody had turned off the circulating fans. So now they're back on. Should be a little warmer in here. Now the circulating fans should be blowing some warm air. Oh man, those cookies. I had to stop myself from taking 4 of them. I had to stop myself from taking 4 of them. I limited myself to 2. Of course, that doesn't mean I won't go. That doesn't mean I won't go home with some. I may have to go home with one of those cookies.
Just red velvet?
Oh
I thought
my
it was
gosh!
chocolate.
Well, red velvet is a kind of chocolate.
But
It's just a different kind of chocolate. Oh no, hold it. Is that?
It's chocolate with red flavor.
yeah, something like
It's
that.
not German chocolate. I know that. It didn't taste like German chocolate, so I guess it is the red velvet chocolate. And German chocolate definitely. What is it they do to German chocolate that makes it taste different? Probably sour, but I'm not sure what it is.
It's been so long since I've
You better look that up. You've been looking up so many things, you know.
Let me Google that.
You haven't looked up enough things. You have not looked up enough things.
Okay, so that list, I think, this list, these two,
Yeah.
I typed up and sent them to Clarice
Okay.
to include to her list, so they are immortalized.
Do we have?
Immortalized. As soon as she puts it together.
Okay, all right, so we'll get it.
Yeah.
I'd like to use that.
She said she should send it back to you guys.
So she's gonna put my things together and send it all back?
Well, no, she said she's already done it. She considers her stuff done, so if you go, she's not doing, if you don't think she's doing it, you think she's not.
All right, I'll find it.
Okay.
It takes forever for it to come in on.
Nah,
Yes.
maybe hit refresh.
Yeah. Oh, man. If we ever do get off of these stuffs, we'll be in such
Well, I
better
think
shape.
you can pay for it now, so. Yeah, I hear that we have to pay to keep reading or something.
Oh, boy. So did you just do something to make me have to
No.
rejigger my cameras?
No, I was just gonna plug this one in. I'm just trying to get it tested, but I'm gonna put it up somewhere.
So whatever you unplugged is not something that...
No, I plugged the extension cable that wasn't working.
Okay, good, thank you.
So it wasn't anything.
Okay, good. It doesn't look like it lost anything. Thank you.
And you should be able to add this one back in.
Eventually. But we've got so many, actually we've got so many viewfinders all from this general
No,
3-foot area.
this is not useful to you, but I wanted to see.
Yeah.
if we had it.
Okay, so let's see. There is that view.
This is on a ball joint, so you, to move it, you turn this knob.
Interesting, look at that.
Oh, you put the knob here. Release it.
Gotcha, to release and then, right, so you've got a full 360 type rotate. You got-
Okay, because it's meant to be stuck up there, and we just fix it once.
Gotcha.
Okay, so it should be, it's on an encoder. Let me see if the encoder shows the turning.
Well,
I saw that one shows encoder's right here. This is the encoder.
and, okay, we got both sides of that, so that's possible. I can look, let's see. What the heck, let's just call that.
So the PT unit is on its way, should be here in a week.
Ah,
And it has a
Until
re-
Zoom.
It has a remote, it has a remote for the Zoom. So the PTZ.
Wow, that's kind of neat,
So you should-
kind of neat.
Remember, the Zoom is right here. So the remote is also on a remote, so you should be able to sit here and
Well,
and tell
and-
Zoom.
members here, I think.
Yeah, very good.
Isn't that interesting?
Oh, I just studied this.
So that's, okay, that's the zoom function that's built into the camera?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
We'll have to run around the studio and turn off the remote input on every camera in here in case it's on, because that's the universal remote for all Canon cameras.
Oh,
And so
interesting.
if we accidentally left it on any of these cameras.
We might
they'll
see the other cameras reacting, yeah. Okay, well, that's interesting to know.
But smaller, probably rather than sharp, further back.
For the record.
But they were, I think,
Hello, Adam.
Hello.
Your chin is on
I am.
the main program. I captured your chin on my feed.
So when this thing is over in a couple hours, my plan is not to do anything out there, but in here we'll take the chairs
Oh,
out.
yeah.
Just put the pews back in.
Get
the
the
railings.
get things back for regular service.
Right.
That sounds reasonable.
And just take what's in here out. I wasn't going to pull everything. We'll just get
That seems reasonable.
Tomorrow afternoon. People don't like me to do that.
Gotcha.
So Juno Springs is coming back.
Okay.
Starting at the end of next week. Oh, and this coming week we have, this is the Justin's here all week. I'll have signs up out there. And you can report all week. The record recording person's here all week.
Okay, we're going to take and we're going to shift a little bit now that we see people sitting down. Let's go.
Well, that's a good optimist.
Outline exactly how we were going to outline it.
Well, this is, okay, this is. You were sitting here though next to me. Yeah. All right.
This was found in your bathroom.
Well, I remember the conversation, but they were.
And what is it?
Some sort.
The council.
Can't see what it is.
I can't tell you what it is.
A container of something?
Yeah. Nice little.
A container left in the bathroom.
Yeah.
You know, you recognize this?
And I knew immediately.
Men's room, women's
I
room?
think it's yours.
Nope. Wouldn't help me at all.
It looks like a beauty cream type thing.
When I came in earlier today, it wasn't on the floor, and then when I went to the bathroom, just saw it was on the bathroom.
Oh,
Yeah.
maybe, what is it? Maybe
It's for your eyes.
Oh, yeah,
It's
that's
for-
mine. There you go. There you go.
If she could see what it was.
All right.
We're going to get back into the groups of four that we were in. Groups of four.
So do you want us moving?
Yes, please.
Well, Adam, you gotta lead us.
Go Packers.
Okay, shortly.
If Pete were here, I'd be giving him a hard time. Oh, Kelly, you're a Vikings fan?
I didn't pick Seahawks.
There's a chair here. Oh, there's a chair there. That's all right. Just like Adam, I'll keep talking.
So what I know now is that this list of ranked programs and ministry concerns that you have is being typed up, and you're going to get copies of it here. And then we'll deal with that when it comes. What I would like for you now to do in your groups of 4 or 3, whatever you are, Excuse me, in your groups of 2 and then 4, I would like for you to describe what good communication looks like to you. What is good and efficient communication looking like for you in terms of this congregation? So please get in your groups and share with one another. Again, listening, speaking, feeding back. Okay? Have at it.
2 and then 4 or just 4?
2 and 2 and then 4. And be as specific as you can about communication, not just kind of general, we need to talk better, or we need to get along, or something like that. What specific things are going to make communication better in this congregation?
Good listening.
In your groups of 2. Groups of 2 to them.
No, it was just, yeah, it wasn't a between the 2 of them.
So many different.
Well, see, they would talk about yeah. Riverside Law.
But that's where selection, this information comes from.
Oh.
Unfortunately, but then there's some.
Oh, I see. That could very well be.
We used to have directors, yeah, too, you know.
Who would do
Sharing 2 and 2. Yes, 2 and 2.
No, you know, I understand that. But that, yeah. Yeah, we're good. Yes, we that we need to do places so folks come and watch when they were building the doors. Those homes. You can drive, you can see it at the news station. Well, if you I never saw this. Oh, that's good. I never saw that. What's happening? I don't think I ever saw it. Oh. Yeah. There was areas like. I can't believe it wasn't in the papers. Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, no, I know it's hard, especially when they're teenagers. Sunday morning, we're going to church, and they're like, this is what I know. I'm like, no, I didn't say what you like to do in church. We're going to church, you know, and back then it was only me, now others are it's part of what they are. So I wonder what was it that stuck with life. I know. Brian's in the and I was asking us.
You ready to share with each other and the whole group? Go ahead and share.
And then, right. Good job, Mom. Because I remember praying you. I know.
Probably sold them.
That's what we do. You're not getting mine. Help us in the chain of the providence. It's too late. I mean, too late. No, I can't say that. Can't say that. Why? It would be interesting to know. I don't know what's
you must have played with one of those. He's on our pearly
everybody went to that is a very social experience. No, well, yeah. In a small place. Well, I just think about it.
I remember him coming to the Bible.
Oh, yeah. My daughter ended up with that, he was reserved for us. We have the college club. Oh, yeah. Nowadays, I just college.
I know we need two brothers in this, but I work with one of them as a truck driver in the summertime. He's in my class.
Two girls are going to
I saw him teach. Yeah. All right, are you ready to share? Let's get some recording by the other side.
Clarice, are you ready to scribe?
Yes.
And David?
Yeah. All right. Are we in the whole group now?
Yes, we're in the whole group.
I do have the last set, so if you want to erase that.
Okay. We're fine with Clarice.
And I said, so this is the last.
Out of the floor. Okay, let's get a report from this group about what was said about good. Oh, well, that's good. Yes, we'll wait.
I'm sorry. No. What was the topic? Oh, announcements. All right.
Disregarding
We got it. Yes, we're fine. Most
I thought we were too. I didn't have no idea why sitting were not.
Thank you for helping today.
You're welcome.
How was lunch? I didn't eat any of it. Was it okay?
What I ate was fine. Of course, the best part was dessert.
Oh, what dessert did you have?
Oh, I had 2 very scrumptious cookies.
Okay. Hey, you know, the clip is missing off of this one.
Ah, yes. So I see.
Somewhere there's clips over here in these boxes.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, and they're
Well,
like envelopes or things. You should just find something by tomorrow morning on.
gotcha.
These are clips.
might be. Yeah.
So just help remind me tomorrow. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Got it? Okay. We're going to get to the group sharing, and then I have two sort of connected anecdotes to tell. First is a mediation that I did at another church. And as you all know, there are precious few people under the age of 40 or 50 in our congregations. This particular congregation, we'd gone through a process very much like what we're doing now, except it was nearly triple the number of people. And so they knew the process, they knew me, and they called me back about 2 months later and said, we got another problem. It happens that in their church, there were 2 young mothers with toddlers, and they came to the council to ask permission to take out the 2 back pews in their church so they could put in a mat and a table for little kids. And the council went, and excuses started to roll in, like, we don't need a playground here in the middle. You'll destroy the sanctity of our sanctuary, et cetera, that kind of stuff. And they were at loggerheads. So they invited me back, and we went through the same process. I put 2 questions in front of the groups. First question was, give a value statement for taking the pews out. Everybody had to do that, whether they agreed with it or not. Second question, then that got discussed and it got all reported. Second question, give a value statement for keeping the pews in. Whether you agreed with it or not, you had to give a value statement for it. As we got to the end of the reporting of that group, a man stood up and said publicly to the whole thing, I oppose this project now. I opposed it when I walked in here. I will oppose it tomorrow. But I heard what the congregation has had to say. I'll be here to help move the pews. It was just a fantastic moment of group understanding. And the second anecdote is somewhat related. And I may have shared with you this before, but it bears repeating. There was a Dave McKinnon who is with Barna Group, does statistical research for faith and life intersections. ELCA occasionally contracts with them to get data for policy making. They, about a year and a half ago, completed a study of 29,000 18 to 29-year-olds about their interest in faith development and spiritual growth. They found that 10% of that number, of 29,000, 10% of that number were still in church. And the reason why are they still in church? They felt connected to other people in the church. So 30% of that number, total number, were still interested in faith development and spiritual growth, but they were doing it in coffee shops and over the internet without sort of standard clergy leadership. Excuse me. 60% just are looking for spiritual life, if at all, in completely different ways than the organized church understands about how to do that. So one of the questions becomes, what do you do with that information? And the conclusion that Dave McKinnon had was you look at the 10% of the young people who are still attending church, and you love them to death. Listen to them, and let there be a two-way street communication between the young and the old. So I want to give kudos to Connor, who I'm guessing is under the age of 60, and participating in this group today. So let's honor him right now. Just, yeah, here. Yes, yes. So you feel the love. All right. Let's hear a report. Let's start with this group over here. Good communication. What does good communication look like to you? Who will speak? Oh yeah, Clarice, are you ready to scribe? Thank you.
Well, what we talked about was being able to talk amongst each other and still have differences, but be able to talk and start understanding each other. Even if we have differences, it doesn't make any difference. We still can talk and understand and get more, understanding what people are thinking, what they're talking about, instead of being shut off. Question.
What format do you have for that, or would you like to have for that?
We didn't, but what we're doing here is a good start.
Okay.
I mean, it's so much more. I mean, I'm talking more to people that I felt shut off from. So it's really a helpful thing.
Okay, all right. So this kind of format has been helpful.
Yeah.
Okay, as a way of communication with each other to overcome, or at least find out about what the differences are and what they mean. Okay.
Yeah, whether we disagree with each other or not, we can get together and talk.
Very nice. What else?
It's a safe zone. I mean, I think, at least that's what brought me here. Actually, I wasn't going to come here because of the cough. But
Speak into the mic,
I was
please.
going to try to listen on Zoom and spare you my cough. But when that wasn't successful and frustrating and making me angry, and Rick says, you need to go, I came here with the hopes that there could be open sharing and we could listen to each other with respect and caring to different sides of the same story. And whether my perceptions are incorrect or you don't know what my perceptions are, that you can hear me and maybe at the end of the day, you'll understand when things are being done, and I'll use an example that we discussed here, is that 4 members of our congregation, long-standing members of our congregation, have asked to fill voids on this council. And we have 7-member council right now, which could have a 12-member council. And they were accepted for less than 24 hours and then removed because of technicalities which cannot seem to be resolved. I would say that my perception is you don't want to hear their input because it's probably contrary to what others want to hear, so we're shut out.
Okay, that's the perception of you.
That's the
feeling shut out.
perception.
Okay.
Yes, I mean, we don't want you on council because you don't align with where we are taking this congregation. Well, maybe if we could have a full council, wouldn't that be amazing if we had 12 members? And we could discuss openly, safely, as to why I think this is a positive or negative, just like you were illustrating. You know, at the end of the day, I might not totally agree with the decision, but I'll support it.
Yeah.
So right now, I think there's a lot of holding people at bay.
Okay, so that's...
And the way for people to express that is to stop coming and stop giving.
Yeah. So good communication means a format for people to talk with one another in a safe space. Exactly. Very similar, if not the same, as what we're doing here. Anything else?
But just a point on a council, no one's ever been excluded. I mean, I know all the time I was on council, 6 to 8 years, we've asked people, and we've had nominating committees, and people run like heck away. They're like, oh no, I ain't doing that anymore. And so, it's not like we haven't asked. And see, we've asked, but people just don't want to do it.
So apparently there's some miscommunication going on about serving on the council. that needs to get cleared up. There needs to be, I can interject here, one of the things I had on my agenda was what kind of a clearinghouse do you have for accurate information that you can rely upon? Now, I don't need an answer to that, I don't think you have one. So that might be something to consider, is an official clearinghouse of information using some kind of format.
The other communication stuff that we talked about are reinstating some of the former ones that proved useful. We had a Friday reminders, what was going on over the weekend at the congregation. We had a sheet of announcements going into bulletins. So there's communications that way. And
Printed.
Yeah, printed. So we can all take them home and someone use them for, and a monthly newsletter, yeah. So there are things which were used, and as positions became vacant and people became too busy, those have disappeared, and all the communications that they provided have been lost.
Okay, thank you. This group. I need the steps anyway.
Our discussion on good communication was to over-communicate. Over until you're satisfied that people understand or have enough information to make a decision. Don't worry about annoying people. Just over-communicate until you hit that point. Audio, visual, and written.
Okay.
All forms of communication that should be used if you really want to get something across.
Using all three at once.
Or it doesn't have to be at once, but
Cumulative.
on the same topic if you can.
Yes.
People learn different ways.
Yeah.
Timely communication. As a former teacher, if I graded a paper and gave it back the next day, it did much more good than if I gave it back 5 months later.
Yeah.
And I'm referring to your report. But, because we picked it up on the way in today. Two-way communication. Make sure that what you are saying is being received in a respectful manner, and that the response is the same way, but having that going the same way. We talked about the risen sun. We talked about email. Both were good ways of communications in this congregation that we're missing. Anything else?
Is there a reason why they're missing right now?
I think just having somebody to do them.
Okay, so staff or somebody assigned to.
The Risen Sun was for a long time really done by, volunteers. Yeah.
Follow-up question then is, yes, go ahead.
An answer to why it stopped, and at one point in previous times, it stopped because the clergy at that time thought it should be done in the office, and so office staff was assigned to do it.
So that was an administrative decision, it sounds like. Okay. Yes.
And I thought what you handed out, Karen, was a good example of communication. When I voted on the Burke House, I voted on the resolution. And that's how I've always been taught, that you vote on what is put before you. When you add things, if you add the discussion to it, then that discussion is not part of the vote. It is part of what was talked about at that particular time. So you have to be very careful that if you're going to add discussion, you add all the discussion, not just
you know, parts of it. And that's where you start going astray.
Yes.
When you know, talk about things that might happen in the future or whatever. But the resolution was an entirely different thing.
What is the understanding of Robert's Rules of Order here? Any? Do you abide by Robert's Rules of Order in terms of?
Whether convenient under the interpretation.
Okay, so sometimes not.
A lot of times.
A lot of times not. Okay. Is it an official policy of the congregation, like in bylaws or constitution, that Robert's Rules of Order are the ultimate? Yes. That is the case. Yes. But sometimes in the breach.
In a matter of convenience.
Okay, that's a term for it. Yeah. Okay, where's the mic? Thank you. Do you have anything else? Okay, does that accurately reflect, and this group accurately reflect what you said? Yes? Yes? Okay. You haven't talked yet.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm going to let go of the mic.
Oh.
Okay, number one, we had to reestablish the newsletter. We also had to put the announcements in the bulletin. And for different emails going around, if you're talking about an event or what should be happening, please include the dates. And we also recommended that a central person be appointed to gather all the information coming into the church and to disseminate it. And hopefully, any emails or that type of thing, there'd be a follow-up to be sure that they were addressed and followed up with. And we are also recommending quarterly meetings on this subject, like for all of us getting together today and just reviewing what's happened the last 2 or 3 months, and if there's certain things we recommended before, to revise those and make a new start, and just to keep up with what's going on an up-to-date basis. And then on, some people mentioned that sometimes the written items are better for them because sometimes certain people hear on a different level. Some hear on higher voices, some hear lower voices. Some, if people are talking too fast, they can't make heads nor tails of it. So sometimes the written material is better for them. So that's what we have.
Thank you. Accurately reflect?
The one thing that we did talk about was when, with regard to communication, asking each member how best to communicate with you. And we had 3 categories: email or mail, the newsletter or whatever, or bring it to me.
Yes. This group.
So we had a range from more just what I would say general expectations around quality communication to some specific ideas. I think the specific ideas that a number of people have mentioned are the newsletter, you know, the reminder, a written email reminder, a written reminder in Sunday that could be taken home, and calendar. But I think also Facebook. We need to have more regular Facebook posts. And we need somehow for people who are more inclined to use websites to be able to use the website, but also have that have the useful information as well, because that's also how some people communicate best. So those were some of the things that we were just agreeing with other people and then adding on to. More generally, We talked about the willingness to listen and to, the other, regardless of agreement, and perhaps especially when there is disagreement, but to listen to the other side without conditions is what was specified. We included not assuming that anyone knows, or that everyone knows something, or that anyone knows something, specifically with regard to me not assuming that I know something, approaching communication with a sense of mutuality, and so that it's not an info dump or an opinion dump, but some openness to discussion, to hearing about either the reasoning or some other thought potential, or whatever the conversation is, but having conversation and finding a way to make it a safe space to deal with some competing demands, because sometimes we really do have competing opinions, and they're hearing and loving each person for who they are, and receiving where they're coming from is important piece of making a decision, even if ultimately, regardless of how the decision is ultimately made, but also acknowledging that there's not always a solution that will make everybody happy. And then I would say that very globally is learning how to identify and check our biases and opinions that get in the way of understanding people, and recognizing that they exist, but learning how to set them aside to focus on what the person is actually trying to communicate.
Agreed?
Oh, here, Mike.
Just to add two other thoughts that we had, the congregation should also participate in an interactive manner, like sharing information that the congregation may have prior to the pastor or those in the church proper, concerning deaths, sickness, or someone in the hospital, to make it a little easier to open that communication and keep it going. Yeah, and that's all.
Thank you. The Zoom group, who would like to speak for them? Oh, yeah, we'll get to these. Clarice or?
I will. Yeah. You guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So our group said, fix the problem, not the person.
Say that again.
Respect each other, we're talking. Fix the problem, not the person.
Oh, okay. Fix the problem and not the person. Ah. Anything else?
Yes, respect each other by talking in a respectful way.
Mm-hmm.
I think we got confused on what we were doing. And then thinking about how your comments be received by the other person.
Empathy.
Yes.
Anything else?
That was it.
That was it. Thank you very much. And then this group.
I think we communicated with each other that we have to agree that all of you guys have nailed it. we talked about everything that you guys all talked about too. Yeah, so ditto.
Ditto. One of the things I picked up in listening to the conversation here is there was occasional mention of, quote, the other side. I wonder if you can change that kind of talking to another side, a different perspective. Instead of othering somebody, how do you include them as another person with another perspective that needs to be listened to, or that's worthy of being listened to. That's who you all are as brothers and sisters in Christ. You are all worthy.
Yeah, I just want to share that David challenged me to sit down at the same table that he was sitting at, referring that the group came in here and sat down, and we did. We sat there, and then we unloaded all of our problems about our computer on him.
All righty. Good. Got something solved today, by golly. All right. Thank you very much for that participation. Now, you have a scribed list that you'll get printed out for you. My suggestion at this point, we're limited in time. My suggestion at this point is that you save this material and that you pull it out at another forum, a council meeting or something. Start working on ranking these things and solving the problems, getting them done, doing it.
I would like to suggest that because our council is so small, that we try to gather a group like this together again to do the ranking.
You know how. Yeah. Remembering, oh, yeah.
Just along the lines with that, getting a group together like this, I like the idea. I also like the idea of distributing it and, giving some, there are many ways to rank things that are in writing, but give people an opportunity to rank things, and not that would be the end all and be all, but that would be a way to participate, because not everybody can be at a meeting like this.
Correct. I would say one of the great killers of any good idea is that it's writing it in stone. So what you can do, because you're in kind of a tenuous place, you don't have, when you make a decision, I would suggest putting, I'm not in the business of telling you what to do, but I'm going to tell you what to do. Put a time frame on it and say, let's see if this works for 6 months or a year, or whatever kind of, so you can come back and revisit it, see how well it worked, what changes need to be made in it. And that in itself relieves a whole lot of tension. It permits people who don't agree with a decision to be able to live with it for 6 months or some period of time, knowing that you can come back and revisit what the whole issue is. It works very well when you do that. All right. Now, do you all have a copy of my report at this? Actually, all of you do except me. I have one, but it's on a computer. Okay, we have one here, Karen. Thank you. If you have not seen this yet, please just peruse it quickly right now. It'll take about maybe 3 minutes or 4 minutes for you to read this. And then Pastor Karen was a participant in this process, but nobody's voice got identified in the report, which is what I promised to do. I have agreed, and Pastor Karen has agreed, that she could spend some time telling what her perceptions are of what's in this report. It's not a rebuttal. It's not you're wrong, or you don't understand, that kind of thing. It's Pastor Karen's perspective of what is there, and I think that's important to be heard. And the other thing that I want to respond to is when I issued this report, my operating principle at the time was the report goes to the pastor and to the president of the congregation, and, quote, they are able to do with that report as they wish. And I sort of laughingly suggested you can publish it in the New York Times if you want. However, I'm in the process now of reevaluating that advice. And I'm thinking that I will emphasize more in the future, but it wasn't the case when I issued this report, that the report really ought to be disseminated to the congregation as quickly as possible. There is an editing process that I think the pastor and the president should have the opportunity to do. But the editing does not mean that my report is altered from anything that I have heard. So that's important to understand, and that is the case with this as well. So as soon as Pastor Karen gets back in, we'll have a chance for her. But go ahead and read.
I was going to say, when you talked about they received the call letter.
Yeah, that's an old one, is it not?
Well, but it has.
The original?
It is, yeah, it has pastors' responsibility and congregations.
Yeah. That is another topic that I wanted.
Yeah, it came up in the
Yes,
letter.
yes. That's another topic that I really want to get to today. So we'll kind of abbreviate this portion of it in order to get to that piece of information. Yes, sir.
I was under the impression when we all first met with you, that this report was going to be made public to the congregation.
That's not what I said. So I said it would go to the president and to the pastor. So, yeah. 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 So that's my answer. Yes.
The report you put together here is in its entirety, or
Yes.
has parts of it been already?
No. Where you see blank spaces in there is where Karen and Karen had made some editorial comments. I took those out. So that's the blank space. So the only thing that appears in my report are things that I heard people tell me during the one-on-one interviews.
And new editorials were made after, you said that there was added information put in by the Karens, but there was nothing removed
Correct.
from your report as
Correct.
originally
Correct.
drafted?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I took nothing out.
As long as everybody had a chance to read it.
And this is something you can come back to. I don't necessarily think we're going to get it all done today, but let's take about 10 minutes and do that if that's possible.
Thank you. Yes, so I had wanted an opportunity to comment on it. I'm not sure what you said when I was in the other room, but I didn't ask. We didn't ask Laurin to change anything that he heard or anything like that. But he did say, okay, this is here, we're giving it to you, and then we said, okay, we'd like to talk to you about this. And I know people wanted it for a long time, and people were just like, just pass it on. But I will tell you that there were reasons, because some of what was in here I felt needed to be addressed, and I didn't want to land much like I felt the listening team report and the bishop's report to the congregation or recommendations. People started to make all kinds of assumptions with it, and then start saying, well, the bishop said this and the bishop said this, and there was conflation of issues, or neglecting of issues, and we were missing the opportunity to talk about it. And so I don't want that to happen again with this, where it would be another document that would sort of stand on its own without any conversation. That doesn't make my contribution the end of the conversation. But I also felt a lot of what I said wasn't captured in the document. So because we talked for quite a while, and so that's some of what I wanted to comment on. I think we talked about how giving had been decreasing, and then it increased briefly during COVID, and then it it dropped again, and there was this question about it propping up the ministry, and how those monies were borrowed and repaid. I think that one of the issues that has come up for me is that the financial solvency issue is not as cut and dry as I think sometimes it's been stated. And while you can say the numbers don't lie, you can lead people to believe things or emphasize some numbers over others. And I find the way that our income is recorded and then shared with council and assigned categories is confusing and sometimes misleading, and sometimes the information that gets announced at congregational meetings is just inaccurate. And while some of that has been subsequently corrected, I don't know that anybody's ever been told it's been corrected. So some of the things that I was saying, no, that's not accurate, that's not accurate. I know Karen and Christine worked on it, I suspect Mike worked on it, and trying to make sure that the information that's in the reports is actually accurate. And so it has been corrected. And I want you to know that. But I also want you to know that a heck of a lot of work was done on the finding of an auditor. And when we found an auditor, the auditor said, the CPA said, you don't need a full audit. What you need is a financial review. In order to make that most cost effective, you need to get a bookkeeper for a certain number of hours a week and separate some of these tasks so that the information gets recorded in this particular way efficiently, and then the treasurer can not have to do that task and can focus on the task of the expenditures and matching them with what categories they belong in, and making sure that any monies that both come in and go out reflect what the expectation is of both the person who's making the offering and also the congregation. So and so where we go with that will be also up to the congregation, but that was the recommendation of the CPA. And it's not a matter of not wanting to review the records. It's saying this is what he said would be our most efficient way of getting done the work that we want done, and the most cost effective, quite honestly. I actually am aware that some people feel like I haven't visited them in times of crisis. And this is one of those that I am sorry and have apologized to individual people that I know have been hurt. I am also asking the congregation to be responsible for letting me know when somebody needs to be contacted, and in some cases, helping me contact that person, because you may not know it, but there are people that I contact and don't get a response, or talk to maybe 4 or 5 times a year, and they also say, no, I'm all right right now, Pastor, I don't want you to come by. And I put on the monthly pastor's report how many visits I make. I don't put how many calls I make and how many visits I offer. And there are ways to do that the bishop has suggested about getting somebody who will put together a card for people that I'm going to go visit or something like that. But visiting is part of the responsibility of all the congregation, and so I would like the congregation to help that happen more efficiently. And where people have been hurt, if it's you, please let me know. I don't know what I don't know, and then help it happen if it's something that needs an existing rapport can help happen more efficiently. I don't want individuals to be neglected and hurt. I really don't. And I do understand that to be both part of my call as pastor and part of the ministry of the congregation. And it's not an issue of prioritizing one over the other so much as what do I know about and what don't I know about. And I don't just do regular every member visits. I made sure that I offered to everybody in the beginning, and I would say about half of the people took me up on it. But that is not, I don't find that to be a particular efficient use of time, so I need help knowing. I know, and I'm perplexed by this whole, they couldn't refer to the pastor's letter of call for guidance, because a number of people have read to me from the pastor's letter of call at council meetings and or other meetings. And so I know that at least some people have access to it. I always have a copy. I'm always willing to give you a copy. And you can take a look at that, and I think that would be helpful. It's a helpful thing to review. And so I agree that is useful information to have, because it's very easy to make assumptions. We all have this picture of what the pastor's supposed to do, and it's all shaped by our first pastor, or the first pastor that we had any real strong opinion about, and that's how we think pastors are supposed to be. And not only has pastoral leadership changed over time, the world has changed over time. And so negotiating what are the things that are expected of a congregation and needed in a congregation at a particular time has to be an ongoing conversation. And I do mean conversation, because I do get sometimes people telling me, I want you to do this, or I want you to do that, or we should, which really means do this, pastor. And I would like people to participate in what they think needs to happen. If it's something that you think I need to be doing, then we need to talk about, okay, well, how is that balanced with some other things that I think I need to be doing? So it has to happen in conversation that is safe, but that we can both hear what is the need, and also what are the competing needs or interests, or preferences, in some cases preferences. And the Bible study, I'm totally on board with y'all. I'm really super glad that the women's Bible study continued through COVID. I am thrilled that we are back having Bible study again. I will tell you the reason we suspended it was the only people who came, the only people who come now are people who also volunteer at the warming shelter. And it was too exhausting for pretty much all of us to work at the warming shelter. Oh, sorry, Lucy, not every single one of us. But anyway, to work at the warming shelter all day and then have Bible study. So we kind of went, let's suspend it for now. Part of the moving the food pantry to Tuesday is so that we can have Bible study on Monday, which we have been having, and we have had consistent participation both online and in person. And we're doing, we do sessions that might be 7 to 10 weeks. And so it's also nice to have input about, well, what do people want to study? Because there are materials, or I can prepare materials. And I've heard people like a more formally structured Bible study, so that's fine too. I'm more than willing to do that. But I agree with you that has been a gap. I think it's been not just a gap in terms of something that feeds us all, but I think it's been part of where we lose that connection, both with each other and with the calling that brings us together. And so growing spiritually, that's part of growing spiritually, is being able to study and study together. It's not the only way to study, but you can also participate in more than one Bible study a week. And if somebody wants to have a particular kind of Bible study and wants help getting it started, I'm more than happy to help you with that too. I don't need to be in charge, but if it's happening under the name of RLC, I do want to help make sure that it's a Bible study that's fitting within the teachings of the church. So anyway, people are invited to Monday night Bible study. If that's not a suitable date and time for you to have Bible study, you would like to have other kind of Bible study or online Bible study exclusively, or less different timing than once a week, whatever. I love Bible study, and I'm happy to do it. And I don't understand about the not acknowledging people's presence in worship or saying their names. So I don't know. I really don't know. I've been told by people that they don't want attention drawn to them. And then I've been told by people, oh, I really wanted to share with people that I was here. And so I don't really have a standard practice. And if it really is helpful for you to tell me, gosh, I was there and I feel like it would have been nice if you'd acknowledged that we came back from, being out of town or something. But there are, just so you know, there are other people who say, you kind of drew attention to the fact that I wasn't here for a long time. Thanks. So just help me know what's appropriate for you, please. It's really important for you to know that I didn't bring the warming shelter here. I said we could do it. The reason, and I also didn't make the food pantry come upstairs. The food pantry moved upstairs because Safe Space for Schooling was going to be downstairs, and we were getting the downstairs refloored, covered by that Safe Space for Schooling program, which was both supportive school and got us a new floor downstairs. And that's when we moved the food pantry upstairs. But there were also a couple of people who worked for the food pantry who said, we need these people to know that they can come into the front of the church, that they don't have to come to the side of the church. Or if it feels like the basement to them, they're not relegated to the basement. And I will tell you, it had a dramatic effect on a lot of people feeling like they were welcome and loved in a different way. So that's what brought the food pantry upstairs. And then we did keep it upstairs longer, probably because of the warming shelter. But neither of those were my agenda. What I said is, I know how and we can do it. Subsequently, the warming shelter has become my agenda, and I will tell you that's really a justice issue in the way that I understand it. So that has changed over time, but I am, as much as I know that I'm qualified to do it and have done this and taught it for a long time, it is not my primary calling, and we did something that needed doing, and I wasn't actually the one who, brought it to us. And so I think sometimes people conflate those things and think, oh, now the pastor is spending all this time on those people, because some of the same people patronize the food pantry and the warming shelter. Well, the food pantry existed here long before I came, and it'll exist long after I leave. The food pantry is Resurrection Lutheran's food pantry, a ministry of the congregation that is supported by the budget and then sometimes other contributions that people make. The warming shelter was a contract that we took on for the city. So while there were some of the same people, and while the same bus picked up the food at the same time of week, the food was kept separate and the work was kept separate. And the work I did as on the warming shelter, the 20% of the time, I understand to be fully part of the ministry of this congregation. It's not like I was being pastor part-time and then doing this other, managing a warming shelter part-time. I managed the warming shelter as a Christian and as a Christian pastor. We never pushed religion on anybody, but I always wore my collar because it's just an advertisement. And there are a lot of people who sought out spiritual support through it. But it is part of spiritual growth in Christ and service to all people, which I also understand as one thing. I don't think there are two parts to our mission statement. It's not spiritual growth in Christ on one hand and service to all people on the other hand. It's mutually reinforcing systems. Spiritual growth helps us be driven and empowered to provide service. Service helps us grow spiritually. And so I never understood that to be any less ministry than any of the other time that I spent. And a number of the things that are in my letter of call were part of the work that I did for the warming shelter. What was I going to say? I want to acknowledge that, yes, the warming shelter was an intrusion on the building space, and it was an imposition, and the food pantry upstairs was an imposition, and I know that was uncomfortable, and I really am sorry for making people feel like that was or not acknowledging that people felt like that was somehow pushing them out. I will tell you that we checked with the quilting group, you know, do you need the space back? Where do you want these things put? And with other groups on, you know, who wants to be using the space. Some people came back and used space here, some did not. We got some new people using space. The Scouts never stopped using space downstairs. We now have 3 troops, and they continue to be involved in using the space. And the groups that are up here practicing, some of them are the same, and some of them are new groups that are coming specifically because of the technology. And that's the last thing I wanted to mention, is that I know that the technology is an intrusion. And I'm not arguing with you on that. My preference, I mean, just if I not counting what mattered to anybody else, I wouldn't have it here because I don't prefer it. It's uncomfortable. I don't like it getting in the way, and it's just, for me, less attractive. So I agree with you on that. However, I think that the reason we started it in the first place was both for people who were isolated and away from here, either wanting to worship with us or other groups who played for you know, Wildflower Court and the folk festival and things like that, that we were trying to make sure that people's brains continued to be fed as well as their bodies, but also so that we could have students and other people who are interested in the technology come in and use the technology. And we've had 3 of our newest members started connecting with us through the technology because they got to participate in worship and in the church in a way that allowed them to feel comfortable. Plus, there are people who travel and worship elsewhere. There are also people who worship with kids that they don't want running around. And there are a lot of places where you can go online and watch a congregation worship. Part of what we've done here is try to make it so that people can worship with us, so that it's a community. So that doesn't mean that the technology has to stay in here. It also doesn't mean that it has to leave. I don't think it's a settled question because it's a bigger picture, again, and needing the conversation of saying, how do we balance some things? Because I will tell you, those people who are worshiping online, if we discontinue the online, they're not gonna come, I mean, they're not gonna just start showing up. They have said, not these people in particular, but the ALCA has done surveys on this stuff, and people aren't coming. Oops, sorry, aren't coming. So some of these things that are changes, we do need much further conversation on so that there is more of an understanding about why are we doing this? What groups are coming in here to practice? And is that a use that we want to support? And do we want to continue to build a community online or not? And so I just bring it up as a point of conversation because there's a number of things in the bishop's report that just kind of got ignored, and then there were a number of things that I heard over and over. The bishop said, the bishop said, the bishop said, and the bishop had recommendations, all of which were, you need to discuss these things, you need to consider these things, which we do. We need to discuss and consider what the bishop said. That's not the same thing as ordering us to do anything. And I would hope that this time, and then continuing to do more of this time, would allow us to have some of that give and take so that we know what the losses are, what the consequences are of any particular decision. That was way more than 10 minutes.
It's a Lutheran 10 minutes. Thank you very much, Karen. So she has opened up, as I hear it, let's talk about these things. And let's talk about them in a way that Pastor Karen says, I will listen, and another person will say, I will listen, and begin to try to work things out. Again, a time frame would be a healthy thing to consider when you are making decisions of the sort that you've just described. So maybe taking the technology out for 6 months or keeping the technology in for 6 months.
Which, by the way, we moved a lot of technology
Yeah,
out.
yeah.
And just kept some basic stuff around here until then we started having concerts, and we moved it back in for the concerts, and then we moved some of it
Sure.
back out.
Yeah.
Or so we have done some of that.
Yeah.
But yeah, talking about it.
There is stuff happening. Whether my question is it meeting the congregation's will? And that's what needs to get opened up, is what does the congregation feel about these things? All right, now, we are pledged to leave at 3. It's 2:45. I do want to bring up one more topic that deserves more time than we're going to give it. We have looked at a year, and we have a list of things that we would like to do in the coming year. I had hoped to get at that, but I don't think we're going to be able to. So what I would like for you to consider is designating a time to do that relatively soon. And the reason is because you've got a congregational meeting coming up in which some big decisions are going to have to be made about pastoral involvement. At what level are you going to be able to afford it? And how far into the future can you continue doing? Yes.
What assurance do we have that that's going to be on the agenda so that it can and will be talked about and discussed as opposed to just kicked down the road? Karen? Will that be on the agenda?
The budget is on the agenda. The call is not. That is a separate meeting.
Are you asking for the call to be on the agenda?
Yes, I am.
It would not be. It requires a special meeting. And the bishop and I talked about that. We make it a part of the annual meeting, and she felt it needed to be a special meeting.
So you're saying the bishop said that it shouldn't be on the congregation meeting, that it needed to be or should be in a special meeting?
Correct.
Does that answer your? And is that special meeting schedulable?
Well, there are instructions in the Constitution on how to request it. So yes, it is, I mean, the congregation has the ability to request it. And I think, more conversation, this is my opinion, has to happen. But yes, part of the issue has been, thank you. Part of the issue, I think, has been a request and sometimes a demand to vote without conversation. There's a reason it's a separate meeting. There's a reason there's a constitutional process for it, because it needs to be a bigger conversation than we're gonna vote, we're gonna come to this meeting and vote on it.
Within Robert's Rules of Order, under new business, what can't be discussed? It seems like that would be new business and that would be allowable to be discussed and voted on. I don't know of anybody in this conversation or in this congregation that has suggested we take a vote without the conversation. So, under new business, is it going to be allowed?
Yeah, I think I can provide a provisional answer to that. In my estimation, in my practice, a discussion of change in pastoral leadership, and change doesn't only mean a new person, it means change in conditions. That is a special meeting that the congregation has to call, and somebody is legally qualified to call for that meeting. Now, whether that's one person, I don't know what your Constitution says. It could be the pastor. In fact, I know, excuse me, the pastor can do that. The council can do that, and a certain number of congregational members can do that. Five members of the congregation? Okay. Is that correct? Okay. I'm going to take your word for it. I haven't read your Constitution. So either those are your avenues to call a special meeting for pastoral leadership.
And I will say one of the intentions of the task forces was to have some of the conversations about what are the different priorities and what are the different needs. Some of the work has been done, some hasn't, but to bring us to here so that prioritizing these should drive the decision about pastoral leadership. And now we've started this conversation, figuring out when we're gonna have the meeting to prioritize it is very important, because making a decision about pastoral leadership without having a sense of some consensus on priorities just doesn't make sense. Mm-hmm. It's not how Christians do their.
Yes. 1 second. In your Constitution, as I just heard, 5 people from this congregation can call a meeting. Okay.
The provision is for I just thought of that. I'm reading from the Constitution. And shall be called by the president of this congregation upon the written request of 10% of the voting members.
10%. Do you know what that number is? 6. Okay, so 6 people, let's say 7 to be on the safe side, can call for a congregational meeting with certain stipulations. You've got to notify everybody within 10 days or something like that. So you can't just willy-nilly do it for next Sunday.
It's 10 points in the Constitution, I've read it, and actually it says that the pastor, the president, the council can call it, the bishop can tell the president to call a meeting, or 10% of the congregation members can
can petition the president to call a meeting. That's
Yes,
what it
yeah,
says.
all right. That stands alone,
Yes.
whether there's discussion about it or not. That provision stands alone.
And then under section 9, there's a provision about the consultation with.
Yes, correct. There is consultation involved. Now, you have now a list of ways that you want to look at ministry for the coming year. And the next thing you need to do with that list is rank those things in order of your importance, and then match the financial resources that you have to do those things, and thirdly, to match the personnel resources to do those things. So that you've got two separate things, both feed into each other, but either one of them stands alone, can stand alone. But it's wise, in my view, that you have significant discussion of the issues, and that could be a part of a congregational meeting that is called by 10% of the membership, or the president, or the pastor. I'm sorry, the church council. It could be. You just have to designate it as such and advertise it as such.
Right, the conversation about priorities.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Yes. However, keep in mind, there's two separate things there. So you have those options in front of you. Again, considering, there's a wonderful book that I think I've mentioned to you before. It's called Beyond Your Bubble, written by a Dr. Israel from UCLA or USC or someplace. Was a professor of psychology. And among the brilliant things in her book is what her definition of winning is. Winning does not mean conquering. Winning means reestablishing relationship. What can you do to keep the group you've got functioning in a way? Now, you don't have to like each other. And I think the word that Paul uses over and over, what is it? It's love. Love is the greatest of these things. In the Greek, and in the cultural understanding of that word love, does not mean pitter-patter of the heart. What it means is affiliation. Deep, significant, relevant affiliation with each other. There's a great saying, and I think I've said this before too, among Mediterranean cultural folk that's still very much operative. It's me against my brother and I against our family, my brother and I and my family against our neighbors, my brother and I and my family and my neighbors against the next village or the other tribe. That's affiliation. Sometimes you have to give up some things in order to get other things. And that's a very important part of, in my mediation practice, where I really emphasize how important it is to come into it with a very open mind and realizing that maybe you don't own the universe of opinion, that somebody else has a view as well that can be listened to and honored in some way. And then working at finding what that is, what specifically those things are. The rest of it, you just kind of, in order to exist as a group, you just put it aside. Maybe it comes up again later, 6 months down the road or a year down the road, and deal with it then. But for right now, for the practice of maintaining a group that wants to fulfill its mission, empathy with each other is just incredibly important. And I think with that, we'll call today's session a session, and you've done very well. I want to thank you for your openness, for your participation, for your ideas. for how things have gone, and I'm very, very grateful to you all. Yeah, and then Karen behind you.
Just one quick thought. Pastoral leadership is a bit of a misnomer, in my opinion, because it implies a change in pastor leadership. The bishop recognized 8 or 9 months ago that financial reality probably should be the overriding factor, because if you don't have the finances to do a given task, then the leadership question is a moot point.
I just wanted to know if we can attach a people or two, a person or two. We said that somebody should shepherd this, and I don't know who that should be, but I would feel better if there was a name or two attached to that.
Do you want that to be like the council or somebody from this group, 2 people from this group? How do you want to do that? This is the accountability question.
And what exactly is this person or this committee going to do?
To make sure that the ranked list happens of what we want to do for the coming year. And then subsequent to that is pastoral coverage.
Doesn't you have to decide how to do it, but
No.
somebody has to like make sure everything's on the list and then keep pinging,
Create the forum for the discussion.
saying, okay, how are we gonna, when are
Yeah.
we gonna, and how are we?
Yeah. Okay, here's one. Here's 2. That enough? All right, we got 2. All right. In the old adage, the sooner the quicker. All right. With that, then we'll close. Let's stand and join hands if you're comfortable with that in these days. I will exclude myself. Whoops, I got one more coming in.
Oh, Dave.
Busting up the circle.
Hey, Brad, right with us? Online people, pray with us?
Yes.
Yes.
Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. Go in peace. Thanks be to God.
And David just heard me in the line.
And anyone who can take a few minutes to help
Yeah.
us
Yeah.
stare.
Do we need to rearrange chairs?
Back up.
Yes, yeah, I have.
I can see where the cart for the chairs is.
It might be right outside.
Oh, outside the door? Okay, we can carts in here. Carts right there. Good. Brad, thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Thanks
Thank you, Bishop and moderator.
for all the work. I really appreciate it.
It's always challenging to get all these things up, and so it was,
People who hung out on it.
yeah, so, yeah, thanks for everything.
I changed them out. I like them. Are we gonna work on this?
Anybody know where any other chair carts are?
Well, Connor, I still have them. Right back.
We can go up 8 high on a stack.
I know, maybe 9
before Christmas. And then we should try to look for another rolling cart before we do anything more. Do it higher.
David, they may be in the conference room, library. David, library.
What was that?
Library.
Library is where we have the cartoon. Thank you.
If not, you need to be over by the organ.
We're gonna be meeting in the library.
Right, he was saying that's where I could look for. That's where I could look for something.
Okay.